Ladies and gentlemen, quick PSA. If you happen to have a YouTube channel, you pull up your YouTube channel content or whatever. You go to settings in the lower left, then you click channel and then advanced settings, and you scroll to the bottom. You'll find a new option called allow third-party companies to train AI models using my channel content. What you do with that is, of course, up to you. That's your decision, not mine. But I just thought I'd mention it for no particular reason. So, without further ado, I do apologize for being late. Ironically, the only reason I am not later, my adorable niece, my youngest niece in this case, woke me up because she had to tell me something. You see, it's cold out. As a result of it being cold out, you need a coat. Do you have a coat, Uncle Lore? Okay, you do have a coat. Okay, do I have a coat? Okay. Uncle Lore, what are you doing? I'm stretching. Oh, okay. She immediately starts doing the most adorable emulation, most adorable mimicry of my stretches I've ever seen. It was extremely cute. Monster Hunter World. Pathfinder, Righteous. Warhammer, Rogue Trader. Thank you. Being part of the show, Kira White Noise. So, let's kill some Grimtotem, shall we? I already showed off this lovely little story. So that's cool. Strange. If you pay attention, like so many other Cataclysm zones, most of the NPCs here are actually NPCs from vanilla. Such as this innkeeper, who actually was the innkeeper back in vanilla. Obviously, I already mentioned the Magistrix, who clearly has failed at her task of curing her magical addiction. If I was to be nice about it, I would say the Grimtotem are extremely ends justifies the means. They're like space pirates, actually, from Metroid. We'll talk about the space pirates, ironically, more in the Metroid Prime series when we finally get there, because that's when we really start to flesh them out as people. He lies the broken body of the Freewind Post lorekeeper Montar. His trail of corpses. His trail of blood leads back to the inn. Oh my gosh. Let me free this guy. Look. Sorry. You're free. Let's go. Oh yeah, and I probably should mention this guy. You'll notice he's not a Grimtotem. I've always been with the Grimtotem. You fools are going to die, he says right as we kill him. Yeah, so what are their ends? Well, we don't actually know a lot about their ends, to my knowledge, other than basic things like Tauren supremacy and Tauren lands for Taurens, and your basic nationalistic bullcrap, right? Nothing fancy, as pathetic as that sounds. I have a vague memory in the back of my mind of them talking about, blood and soil. It's just, we need to eject all of these non-Tauren races from our territories kind of a deal. And it's like, you were around when the orcs and the trolls saved your existence, right? Yeah, they very much want to make Mulgore great again. And they have about as much of an idea of how to do that as Reagan did. Which is to say, none. Like, the presumption is hysterical, really. Because the presumption is that the moment you get rid of all these other filthy outsiders, things will just immediately get better. Which, if that sounds familiar, then that sounds exactly like several things that have been said in real life across history, including as recently as today. So, it's a good start. Normally I wouldn't wish harm on any of the Earth Mother's creatures, but attacking is at our most vulnerable moment? They deserve to die.
Winds be at your back.
If Watcher was a Grimtotem spy? No wonder we had no warning. I don't want that damned horn. Throw it in the water and let the Longhorn name never be spoken again. Hey, our first trinket.
Ancestors watch.
I held on to this trinket for a really long time at one point. You're probably thinking, what? Why? I'll explain. I mean, he's just being loud about what they've always been quiet about, Act. Sadly but surely. It's okay. I'm sure some crazy guy with a gun will fix Musk for us. There it is. He's down. He's got to be roaming, right? No, he's not here. So, move it down here. There he was. Hem.
Greetings.
I am honored by your presence. Let us put the fear of the Earth Mother in the Grimtotem.
Ancestors watch over you. Goodbye.
The Grimtotem want to fight. Let's see how well they do without their weapons. I'm sure you must have something that burns. Set their weapon racks ablaze, my shaman friend. Let nature take its course.
Be careful. Farewell.
There's no alternative. If you intend to win a battle, you must spill enemy blood. In this case, unfortunately, a lot of it.
Go in peace.
Basic brave philosophy dictates if we kill the leaders of the enemy forces, they will soon fall into disarray. Okay.
Goodbye.
Well, let's go kill the crap out of these people then. Peekaboo. This might actually be rough. Especially since they stun. Cooldowns. Holy crap. Oh, I hate early doctor's appointments. Are there Grimtotem that are not cartoon villains? In the game? None that I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, even Magatha is pretty much just a straight-up Sith, if that even counts. It's always the problem with people like the Grimtotem. On the one hand, we can look at this and be like, oh man, these guys are so stupid. Then I look out the window and it's like, oh. Huh. we're definitely in the 60s now. Jesus. Just running over things. A Taran rattle lays here, exuding supernatural power. Its keeper slain, the artifact is undefended.
Hail.
What the hell do you want?
Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you. Farewell. What brings you here? Be careful.
Fabled rattle of bones.
Farewell.
True then. What is it doing here, though? And if it's here, there's also been the writ and the drummer nearby. There's some link between it and the wind serpent that just appeared.
Go in peace. Be careful.
The rattle of bones is part of the Shuhalu ancient myth. It's always connected with the writ of history and the drums of war. They're supposed to be powerful Taran artifacts. Gifts from the Earth Mother, if the tales are to be believed. I cannot imagine her being connected with the drums, though. We must be vigilant if we're to find the other two. The writ will look like a pictographic scroll of memory.
Ancestors watch over you.
Whatever the drum is, we do not want them to keep it. What?
Goodbye.
So the wind serpent there says, "Have I chosen wisely?" Also led us directly to the writ of history, as you can see here.
How may I aid you? Farewell. Goodbye.
This is very exciting and also worrisome. What are the artifacts doing here? Are they being used as weapons against us by the Grimtotem? The wind serpent flew northwest.
Go in peace.
We'll cycle back to that. Let's go finish killing these nationalistic pigs first, shall we? I don't know if it's fully new or not. Yes, let's make everything cheaper. There we go. Yeah. See, I asked, why is it I'm still using the stupid trinket? Well, when you use it, it summons the spirit of Cliffwatcher Longhorn. The traitor we just killed. Let me say that again, in case that just kind of went right by you there. Hold on. Holy crap. Okay, wow. Yeah, so we summon his soul into servitude once every, I believe, 5 minutes. I just held on to it for the longest time. Just screw him. Every time you summon him, he tries to defend himself or ask for release. Actually, I think I might still have that thing on my warrior, my questing main. Just realized I need to switch this now.
Well met. Ancestors watch over you.
More formidable than her reputation suggested. Yeah, I almost died of that fight.
Be careful.
Elder Stormhoof is a shaman chief of immense power. He was taught by Magatha, the Elder Crone leader of the Grimtotem. I know he's here and he's been training their geomancers.
Goodbye.
We have to kill him. Well, okay. You insist. My favorite part is there was not even like a tiny bit of remorse in him, right? Like when we went to confront him, his response is, "Haha, I've always been one of the Grimtotem. You are all going to die." And it's like, okay. Cool. Okay, so let's blow a few cooldowns, shall we? Oh god! My cooldowns! My beloved cooldowns. No! My other cooldowns! I have bloodlust now. I should try that in the bar. A little hard to see here. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I know, we can't lust yet. On target. Stay on target. There we go. She did. He did?
Peace, friend.
They're dead.
Ancestors watch over you.
What do you mean by calling you chosen? Grimtotems, am I right?
Farewell.
One of the most accomplished Grimtotem leaders has returned home. We must make the most of this chance and put an end to his terror. Nobility of the Dark Cloud Pinnacle.
Go in peace.
Nice. Speaking of which, yeah, Grimtotem. I've actually mentioned this before. I don't think they use the term Dark Shaman until Pandaria, which makes sense. Pandaria is when they really started codifying the lore. But as we've been pointing out, we've actually encountered several Dark Shamans before then. We saw Dark Shamans as far back as BC with regards to the Earthbloods operator. Remember that? Poisoning the land to make the elements more pliable, stuff like that. And yeah, the Krokul and the Tonka, excuse me, are more examples of that. Just food for thought. I bring it up because that's something that WoW does a lot, is they'll introduce something for no real reason, to put it simply. And then years down the line, someone will say, hey, let's turn that into a talking point and make a story beat out of it. And it makes sense. Like, it helps to showcase how bad Garrosh gets, for example, that he's completely cool with being, with actively employing and encouraging Dark Shamans. Like, I guess you could say that's only sort of evil compared to all the other crap he does. That's true. But then you have to think of it through the societal lens of the orcs, who are very, very shamanistic as a people. Like, for a lot of orcs, being a dark shaman is pretty much the equivalent of being a necromancer. Not a good necromancer, because those exist too. I mean, like, what you're probably mentally picturing when you think of a necromancer.
What brings you here?
Let's see how they fight without their weapons.
Farewell.
Well, the Earth Mother does not condone such violence. We had no choice. The Grimtotem have ignored her teachings for too long and are reaping what they have sown. Yeah.
Be careful.
Okay, so we're going to have to fight into there. Oh my god, did you see that chain? So that's what an empowered chain lightning looks like. I think that's the first time I've been able to show that off properly. That's a Stormkeepered chain lightning. I don't care what they're saying about you or your connection to Arikara. This ends here. Your questing is over.
Greetings. Ancestors watch over you.
There's something special about you, Eindanux. Yeah, I'm the PC.
Go in peace.
Time has come to deal with the leader of the Dark Cloud Pinnacle Grimtotem, Arnak Grimtotem. He is the disgraced nephew of Magatha, the Elder Crone and Matriarch. His indiscretions have left him in a state of disfavor with her. Not that it matters now. All that matters is we deal with him once and for all. The only thing I don't like about Shaman is this left tree. I'm at a point where I'm just trying to pick anything that's a circle, just to bleed off the points, because I don't care about any of this crap. Any squares I pick, I'm just going to immediately pull off the bar. There's a stupid drone. There it is, there it is. Okay, you stay there for a second. Stay there, stay there. Good boy.
Peace, friend. Go in peace.
War is not activity to engage in for those who are faithful to the War Mother's teachings.
Farewell. Goodbye.
Well done, Shaman. You can follow simple clues. Now hurry along, little Eindanux. I've got one more challenge to see if you're worthy of the honor. Oh, do be a dear and kill Arnak for me along the way. He's become something of an embarrassment to the family. So yeah, if it wasn't obvious enough, that's the voice of Magatha Grimtotem. Would have been a little bit better if it was voice acted by him. I gotta pull this rare out of here. Get out of here, get out of here. Okay, this guy is about to kill my tank here. I mean, that's pretty much why WoW uses the acceptable target thing. It's so you don't really feel bad about wiping out an entire tribe of people. It's like, yeah, no, the Grimtotem, they probably deserve to be wiped out. So let's do it!
Hail. Be careful.
Like, Yahtzee Crosh always says, no guilt, they're Nazis! You're the one my aunt sent. A test, no doubt. I'll kill you quickly and prove myself to her once again. I find it interesting to not mog and just see the gear as we go up through it. It's also a good way to refresh myself on said gear.
Well met.
They all believed that you had been sent by Magatha. There's no arguing her pet has been lurking about. He gives you a long look. It does not matter. Arnak is dead. It's only a matter of time before we take back Freewind Post. Maybe now we'll be able to establish a lasting peace with the Grimtotem.
Ancestors watch over you.
Lakota Windsong. Why did I not think of this before? Arnak kidnapped Lakota years ago and tried to force her to be his bride. With help, she was able to escape, vanilla quest, but in the chaos of the recent attack, he took her again. She must be near. She's become quite a shaman in recent years. I'm sure she'll understand the significance of all this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The winds guide you.
It's embarrassing to have been kidnapped again. Heard fighting outside. Did you kill him? I am happy to be free once more. Now, how can I help you?
Walk with the Earth
I
Mother.
am familiar with these artifacts. I believe they were brought here by Magatha herself. She's not amongst the Grimtotem. She disappeared right after she arrived, and no one knows where she is now. Take the rattle, the writ, and the drum to Arikara's needle. Okay.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Yeah, peace is one of those funny words. Peace is obviously an ideal to strive for, but peace at any cost is not something that the Federation could learn over in Star Trek. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's just remove Magatha from the board. Be a scalpel. Get rid of Elon Musk. I mean, all of the terrible, evil, corrupt leaders. Eat the rich for a few minutes. That's what scares me, Act. Yeah, no, this is actually a surprisingly neat little boss fight. This whole section's been pretty good on the gameplay axis. I know I haven't really been talking about the review side of things, and I kind of apologize for that. It gets to the point where it's hard to, like, just be like, hey, this was good, plus... I don't know, I have a bad habit of that, I know. I think this whole section is good gameplay-wise. Yeah, I like how each of these maces kind of serves as a separate level with their own individual boss fights and quest objectives, and that leads us to here, where we fight this other mini-boss who is a more advanced version of the ones we just fought. So, I'm feeling some positives for this one, 100%. I'm a lot more tired, if I'm being honest. I was very late to stream, and the only reason I even got up when I did was when my niece woke me up. In a very adorable way, as is her wont. Stop, you have bested my wind serpent. I have been taken prisoner by the Twilight's Hammer. Good! Mission accomplished. Bye! I was saying this jokingly to my sister yesterday, but it's really not a joke. We are just at the mercy of the quest givers in this game. They can do whatever they want with us. That's true, Magister, ironically. I know, you're a... Yep, finish the story and free Hitler or miss out on story. Which one will it be? TikTok. 1 second, please. I'm going to do this for a minute anyways. While we're here, let's summon the brave again. Have I not paid yet for my sins? Alright. Because I haven't poked an enhancement yet. So let's put on that and that. I would never send anyone to the Maw. I know that sounds like weird, but it's true. Nobody deserves the Maw. Like, if there's someone who's that bad or whatever, just erase them at that point, you know? Don't do that. Is active. That's actually an interesting point, Linero. I'm not sure what the Maw would be like now. We do know it's still considered a bad place to be because there is a reason she's roaming that place, freeing everyone from it. But, truth be told, I don't know what the actual state of the Maw is right now, and frankly, I don't think Blizzard does either. Like, you've noticed they've walked away from that so hard. Like, we'll acknowledge Anduin, and that's it. That's it. We're done. That's not true. They also acknowledge the Night Elves, but that's it. That's it. Two story threads. That's all we're keeping. That's a good question, too, Magister, and I don't know. Yeah, those exploration books have been interesting. I need to actually do a full run through of those at some point. The calendar one's not good. Of course. You know, okay, all joking aside, we were talking about an FF14 and a WoW crossover before. Well, obviously there would be some main characters that would be good to cross over one way or the other. I would love to see the Khorne Loa visit WoW. And just, everyone's like, oh my god, it's the Loa of Khorne. And they immediately recognize him, can see him and interact with him. And he's just like, what? Everyone can see me? What? And it's like, yes, you're the Khorne Loa. What? And he's just like, I'm home. I'm home. Have delicious corn. And yeah, he's just like we go to the afterlife and he's just there. And we go to space, and he's just there. He's on Argus, and it's like, what? Don't look. Someone was hungry for corn on Argus, okay? So I'm here. Yeah, Johnny's. What's an auspice? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. Yeah, and then Johnny goes back to FF14. Sorry, I was typing up my thoughts on positives. Okay, let's look at our talents, shall we? Okay, our left tree is, as usual, total garbo. We're going to throw it into the trash. There we go. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Let's make our wolf faster. What do we care about as enhancement? What do we got? What do we got? Let's get interrupt. We need to run faster again. Yeah, I heard that they're doing another class overhaul. Sigh. that is the curse, right? That is the inevitable. Yeah, I'll go and grab Frost Shot. What else do we want? Do we want anything down here? Yeah, supposedly Druid's getting something too. I haven't seen deets on that though. I mean, the Corn Servant would be a great pet in WoW too. Could be a support pet, which we don't have enough of, but they do exist in WoW. I know, right? Blade of God. No, it's fine. There's a reason why I take my notes so carefully and precisely. It's so that later when we have to revamp their review points, we can. Point in fact, I've actually already done that in FF14, and we'll do it again in the future. Well, that's a good question. So we have to send something from WoW to FF14, and something small, like the Corn Servant. And we can't send Johnny. We need Johnny. You can't have our Johnny. Okay, fine. You can have Johnny. Fine. You win. Okay, now let's look at the real tree over here. So, okay. All that feels like duh. Konzu. We could send Bud over, although he hasn't been around since Gata, I think. No, he was in no, he was in Warlords. Excuse me, I'm wrong. That's different. Oh, that's very different. Hold on. Huh. I've always thought Johnny was a guy, was a girl, not a guy. Excuse me. Eh. There's a lot of good stuff over here. I'm actually torn. Let's scooch down a bit. Let's think of what we want down here. Oh god, really? Ascendance, Feral Spirit, and Primordial Wave? I have to choose between those? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, let's try out Doom Winds, because I haven't actually tried that out. It's new to me. Definitely taking that. Just period. Ooh, yes, more charges for Storm Strike. Yes, please. I don't know, Master. I just looked it up on the wiki just now. Alright, let's grab these, actually. Let's boost our Maelstrom. There we go. There we go. I still need 3 to get to the Feral Spirit, so let's grab that to give more Maelstrom generation. That to have a chance to do a double strike. And that, yeah. Let's go with that. And then we'll get wolves. Oh, wow. So I'm kind of torn at this point. About half legible. Increase the chance to gain a stack of Maelstrom weapon by 4%. And whenever you gain a stack, the cooldown of Feral Spirits is reduced by a second. I'm actually going to go with the passive, though. I want to see how that works. And we'll go with this. Ooh, yes. More Maelstrom generation is always good. And even more Maelstrom. Holy crap. Yeah, I want to try it out. I want to try it out, 5. We'll see. And then I need something else. Let's just grab that for now. Oh, he would have been extraordinarily disgusted by it, Act. Remember, the man was a true believer. He really did believe in the cause. And his cause did not involve any of this kind of crap. Like, there's no nice way to say this. Someone like Armstrong would be absolutely disgusted by someone like the person who won the presidential election. He's pretty much the antithesis of everything he believes in. Yeah, I think you're right, as Miristar. Okay, so I need to scooch a few things. Let's put this up here. Let's scooch this over 1, and then let's put Storm Strike here. It's only one Armstrong I know about, Overlord. What did he do? I did a whole video on him recently, Ruth. And the funny thing is, I really just did that video because I felt compelled to. It's just, he's such a fascinating character. I just wanted to talk about him for a bit. We'll pull this out into the live cooldown. Oh no, he's already there. Let's see how this feels. Sorry for taking a billion years to do all that. Let's go turn in this quest. Alright, let's see how this feels. Oh. Yeah. You know how in some games and shows and movies and books, there's something that everyone considers to be so common knowledge. It's to be like the thing they associate with that work. You know, Soylent Green is, you know, stuff like that. What a lot of people tend to forget is those things were usually like big, you know, reveals or twists right at the end of the work, right? The Soylent Green scene is like the second to last scene in the entire film, to use an example. Or it's a cookbook, you know, again, that's like the last freaking scene. Armstrong shows up 30 minutes. I mean, he's got a couple of cameos before that, but he shows up 30 minutes before the end of the game. But they do a lot with him in that 30 minutes.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
So, she's been taken prisoner by the Twilight Hammer. I can't say I feel sorry for her, but she might prove even more dangerous in their hands.
Walk with the earth.
Thank you for your help. You should speak with Pauka Swift Mountain. Yeah, sure thing.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Yeah, he came in swinging. The funny thing, though, is obviously he's just a meme generator. But he's also kind of not. He is actually a really legitimately interesting character. Like I said, I just felt compelled to talk about him. It's weird.
How may I aid you?
Yeah, go link my video to Linareth, because Linareth apparently does not watch my show. It needs to be linked to it, please. I know nothing of the Elder Crone Magatha. What I do know is that the Twilight Hammer is destroying a high perch. Will you help me stop them?
Go in peace. Ancestors watch over.
Trappers are rounding up all the young Wind Riders. Will you go out there and free the Pridelings?
Be careful.
Years ago I was trapped here while trying to study the Wind Riders, but once I made my way to freedom, I resolved to return and protect them. Now the Cataclysm has been struck, and the Twilight's Hammer is capturing these creatures, or worse, destroying them.
Farewell.
There's only one answer for those filthy Twilight Hammer trappers. Death. Okay, I like that.
Goodbye.
So let's see what we can do. Whoops. Oh god, I do so much innate AoE damage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. De-aggro. De-aggro. Oh, I move fast in water. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, there we go. Yes, we finally started the Twilight arc. Yeah, a friend of mine plays a fire mage. I'm like, alright, I want you to do single target damage only on whatever fight we're doing. And she was like, I don't think I have any. Like, let me sure you got something. Let me check. A couple minutes of checking. No, I think I don't have any. Well, okay, do your best. gonna kill her. I'm just gonna kill her. You're just gonna die. You must die because I can't control my power. I mean, why would it? YouTube hates my videos, Tanaris. Not even in the conspiracy theorist way. That's actually just a statement of fact. That also means you're not subscribed to me, Tanaris. Interesting. Jotting down notes. Oh, we just hit 67. Come with me and my minions. Look, Tanaris doesn't actually watch me, okay? She's got other things going on. My very last point at the moment. Grab that. Because I just noticed I also don't have a buff on, which I should have. Speaking of which, where's my other buff? Where is it? There it is.
What brings you here? Be careful.
They're precious. They'll grow strong someday, but until then, they must be protected.
Farewell. Go
What
in.
insanity would drive people to do such horrible things? No comment.
Ancestors watch over you. Go in peace.
I need to be really careful about these quests. I hate to have another pause in questing, but I think I actually have to. Yeah, let's do this really quick. There. Oh, sorry, today's another construction day. He deserved to die. It's okay, he came back in the anniversary event. That's not a joke. Those are such great quests. I can't wait to get back to those. But yeah, sorry, Blade, I didn't give you a full answer. We're actually a little under halfway through Kata. This whole week, I have been very interrupted, mostly because of being sick. And I apologize for that. We really are several zones behind at this point, and if it makes you feel any better, I'm extraordinarily frustrated by that. It's one of the reasons I've been considering doing some of this crap off camera. I can do a zone much quicker off camera. Just race through it as fast as possible, you know? Try to play catch up.
What's up? Keep it real.
We'll see in a second, Magister. I'm kind of counting on it. I don't get sick that often. It's just when I get sick, I stay sick for about a week. Not a lot I can do about that. Yeah, pound for pound, Kata is the longest expansion. It's going to go a little bit faster from like a per zone perspective, and it has been. Like there's no slogging like there was back in BC and Wrath. But even though the zones are better and smoother and gooder, there's like quintuple the number of zones. Possibly more. I don't even really have a good estimate of how many more zones Kata has than Wrath and BC combined. I suppose we could figure that out, though. So, let's see. First, let's make it so we no longer gain experience.
Victory
there
for
we go.
Sylvanas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that doesn't sound right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's right. So there's 7 zones in BC. Wrath had... So let's actually just count this way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 zones. Okay. So that's 15 zones between BC and Wrath, right? Now, I'm going to have to use the map for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We'll hit the other continent. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. So that's your comparison point. That's how much bigger Kata is, just in terms of sheer zone quantity. Now again, those zones are on equal size, but you get the point. Be free. There we go. I was wondering why we weren't getting that proc. So I guess I was off. It's not 5 times. It's actually 3 times the number of zones. Well, I've got really bad news. I'm already liking Enhancement a lot. And I liked Elemental, too. Elemental was in a really good place. That is some fun, frenetic dovetailing into itself. Depends on how bad the burger is, Yura.
Greetings.
He has told me of his gratitude and fondness for you. Oh, thanks.
Bye.
Well, that Skymaster Grimtotem is at the Twilight Hammer. No matter what we do, if he's not dealt with, all hope is lost.
Be careful.
Go deal with him. Sadly, we won't see hero talents until the Pact Within stream. But I look forward to them either way. What's up? Yes, that's right. We must find the patch within. Here they come. Off he goes. Bye-bye. I love Cataquest.
Hail.
Pridlings did what? They must love you deeply for freeing them. Thank you. You've saved Hyperge. You're welcome.
Farewell.
While you were with the Pridlings, Lakota Windsong came by.
Ancestors watch
They
over you.
found Magatha.
How may I aid you?
Glad you might. Like... I'm glad you made it. Don't mind the new clues. It seemed prudent to blend in. Don't mind these new clues I got.
Watch over you.
I've got an idea of how to get close to their leaders without getting killed, but first you're gonna have to find something to wear. Excuse me?
Winds be at your back.
Magatha's not the only one that the Twilight Hammer have taken prisoner. While you're up there to the south, you should break out as many of them as you can.
Ancestors watch over you.
Another thing I thought about doing, which, if it's not obvious, I have decided not to do, is I was considering going ahead and just not doing these synced. You know, just smashing through these at level 80 and one-shotting everything. The problem is, A, that's not very fun. B, it's not very useful for the review. And C, I'm not in that much of a hurry. Oh, and also D, it wouldn't help me to show off the classes all that well. Like, it's hard to show off. Here's what a hunter is like when I'm just, you know, literally one-shotting everything with scatter shot or something. Out of curiosity, Blade Taval, if you have the ability to watch. If you don't, that's fine. Yes, I know the Twilight Hammer trying to bring it into the world. Although, I suppose... this is our first real exposure of the Twilight Hammer, isn't it? I mean, we briefly poked at them back in Feralos, but that was only for one little scene. So for a new player playing through for the first time, this is probably our first exposure to the hammer. Huh. I was just trying to think if there's anything before this in terms of levels. I feel like there is somewhere, but it's probably on Eastern Kingdoms. That's true. That's true. We did see him in Darkshore. That's pretty early on.
You wish to speak? May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
She looks worried about the condition of the armor and the bloodstains. You sure don't fool around, do you? No. Okay. Just wondering.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
You give so much of yourself without requiring anything in return. The people of Thousand Needles are grateful. Yeah.
Winds be at your back.
I just noticed that the name of my axe is called Lasting Peace. Eindunux, the bonds holding Magatha are specially encoded. Should only be released if we get the codes. There's a device near the Code Master. It contains the codes. Go get them.
Ancestors watch over you. Winds be at your
Three
back.
leaders of the Bulwark are powerful and not to be underestimated. Fortunately for us, you know how a disguise to look like the Twilights. You should put the disguise on and speak with Code Master. Get them to turn their backs on you.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
That is actually a good question, Jax. If you figure out an answer, let me know. Peace through power. Peace through power. Sorry, what? Ahem. Yes, I am one of the Twilight Hammer. I am ready to kill all life and all civilization. Naturally, even the architecture of the Twilights is terrible. That's not true. I actually love the look of Twilight looks. Do you see the effect going through the metal? I love it. And yeah, this is also elementium, which is the hardest substance that we know of.
You looking at me?
Oh my god, behind you, Nomergon paratroopers!
Get lost, will ya?
That would actually be funny. War Chief Garrosh, we've brought you a gift. Alright, let's see, what can we say to distract this guy?
State your business.
Oh my god, look behind you! A mirror!
Farewell.
A mirror? How wonderful!
Talk to me.
What do you want, scrub? Get out of my face before I knock that green off of yours with my hammer. Do you think you're a little... What's wrong with your code device?
Watch your back.
Should have listened to your own advice, buddy. Okay, the code is 01123581321.
What brings you here?
Do you have the code?
May the eternal
Good,
sun
good.
shine upon thee.
With those three dealt with, the rest of the forces should be able to handle the forces here.
Ancestors watch over you.
You have the code. Let's go rescue
May the eternal sun shine upon
Magatha. I even hate how her name's pronounced. I forget when they say her name for the first time. This might have been when they first said it. Yeah, her name is Magatha, not Magatha.
Oh, what is it you want, stranger? I have little time for foolishness.
And that's what she sounds like.
What brings you to old Magatha?
Yep. Be free, you twit. I'm surprised you made it this far. I suppose I should thank you for freeing me. We'll soon see if that was a wise decision. Meet me outside the Twilight Withering down the path to the east. Because she's a cow, Act. Where do you think milk comes from? Oh no, we have to have the talk with Act. Okay, so Act, there's these things called mammary glands, okay? Top 3 favorite Warcraft 3 units. Counting FT. That's actually a tough one. I have to admit an immediate fondness for the Nerubians. They're a very good ranged skirmisher unit. A little expensive. And a little bit hard to use, but fantastic unit when you use it properly. And good at pulling down air. Excuse me. So yeah, Crypt Fiends are awesome. We'll start with that. Admittedly, part of the reason I've liked Nerubians ever since is because of my fondness for Crypt Fiends. Let's see. For my second pick, I'm going to cheat and go ahead and say Elven Priests. They're your standard support class, but they're so good at it. And it got to the point where I would, almost every mixed unit force I would put together had at least 2 priests in it. For my third, try not to pick another undead or human unit. In fact, I'm going to pick 4. I'm kind of torn on orcs. Because, on the one hand, I actually really like your basic grunt. They're simple but solid. They've got decent sustain. Because of their additional health, and their damage is actually quite good. And with proper buffs, they can hold up with medium-type enemies. But I think I'm actually going to give it to the Kodo Rider for the orcs. Being able to just be like, and just pull a unit out of the fray while still buffing the nearby units, that's extraordinarily useful. Which leads us to the Night Elves. Night Elves are weird. They're such a subversive race. And so all of their units kind of follow the same general pattern of not being particularly strong, but being very good at doing or undoing a specific type of thing. With the exception of the Chimeras, which are just base crackers. Let me chill on that a minute. Let me advance the quest first.
Be careful what you search for,
Took you long enough. Do you think we're playing games here? Do you want to see the utter destruction of what's left of the Thousand Needles? No? Then do exactly as I command.
Oh, what is it?
Twilight Hammer have summoned a monstrosity. The combination of the 4 elements infused with the power of their special ore, Elementium. If you want to save your precious 1,000 Needles from total destruction, you're going to have to destroy it. But first you're going to need a few things to get to its protective shielding.
What brings you to Magatha?
There are 2 very powerful elementals that use the Twilight Hammer, and they are bound with Fury and Vortex to infuse Animus with a great deal of power. When Animus has absorbed enough of their power, he will explode. The rest of the Thousand Needles and much of the surrounding lands will be obliterated. Cool. Let's fix that. Excuse me. Candygram. Which one sleep? Oh. You know, if I had to pick one unit from Night Elf that's my personal favorite, I think I'm actually going to default to the Dryad. It's actually a relatively low-tier ranged skirmisher type. Weaker than the Crypt Fiend and, you know, like the Trolls, for example. But it's got buff dispersal, I think. Right? I'm remembering correctly, I think. Either way, it's got the slow, which is great for harassment. I was torn between that and the Druid of the Bear, if you're wondering. Although Druids of the Talon are really good scouts, too. Huntresses are what I would consider core army units. That's just the way I tend to think. You know, you've got your support over there, and you've got your buffers and your debuffers and your holders and your wallers. But at the middle of your army, you've got your core, and that's your huntress.
Be careful.
It's like the orcs over with the orcs, or the knights with the humans, or I guess A-bombs would qualify over on the undead.
What brings you?
You have the elements.
Magatha.
She stares at you with naked disdain. I'll combine them into a suitable form. I'll keep its use simple.
Careful what you
A
search
simple
for,
task for a simple
stranger.
boy. Let's see if you have what it takes to finish the job.
Oh, what is it you want, stranger? I have little time for foolishness.
I hate this woman so much. At the core of the Animus is an artifact known as the Doomstone. One of its properties is the ability to absorb a great deal of energy. This is how the cultists are trying to set off the explosion, overload the stone, and amplify through the elemental. Bring me the Doomstone. For safekeeping, of course. You know, Magatha, this is why you're pathetic and terrible. If you had spent so much as 1 minute trying to convince me that you're on my side, I might have actually given you the damn thing. Instead, you have been nothing but disdainful and a complete asshole this entire time. So, screw you. Just gonna do this here, don't mind me. Come on down, come on down. There you go, good boy. Good boy. Interestingly enough, as a shaman, we probably did not actually need him. Or her. Sorry. Like a rogue? Yeah, we'd probably need her help with this.
What brings you to old Magatha?
Surprising. You lived. I thank you for doing my dirty work. You kept my hands clean while ridding me of the incompetent Grimtotem leaders. I'm telling you, they're Sith. Not only do I have the rattle of bones, the writ of history, and the drums of war, but I have the ultimate artifact, the Doomstone.
Oh, what is it
For
you
rendering me faithful service, I grant you your life.
time for foolishness?
Take it and be gone from my sight. Let your people know that all that has transpired. If we ever cross paths again, you will die. Now, that's funny, because I'm playing a shaman. Think about it. I actually forgive the game for not letting us fight her here. Magatha is actually a fairly high-tier shaman. And yeah, this is like... What is this zone like? Okay, it's hard to tell nowadays, but this was like a low 40s zone, right? So, yeah, I can accept that she's actually higher tier than us here. I can. Lord knows that when we are higher tier than her, things are going to go a little bit differently.
What's the word on the street?
Wow, she's evil. Yeah, thanks for that. But what does it mean? Is Magatha going to destroy us? Is she in charge of the Twilight's Hammer now? Whatever happens, you've delivered us to our enemies. From our enemies, excuse me. Please, I'm going to show you our gratitude. Yeah, thanks. Ooh. Which one looks better? We'll go with that.
Don't be a stranger.
I mean, by Legion, we're ahead of pretty much everyone. That's the point of Legion. There's a reason we are the Order Hall leaders. And that was Thousand Needles. I like this zone a lot. I don't have a single negative to give this zone. A lot of the quests were fun and interesting, and we had at least three major chains that I rather enjoyed. We had the return of Tony Two Tusk. We had dealing with, you know, the Grimtotem, and then we had dealing with the Twilight Hammer. Yeah, no, I'm actually a little shocked that Thousand Needles is this good. I don't remember it being this good. But that's been this whole time, right? It's like, oh, I never would have imagined that Blade's Edge was the worst frickin' zone. And I would never have pictured that Feral Loss was actually pretty solid, too. Go figure. Now it's time to move south. Let's see how much of a bite of Tanaris we can get out, shall we? No, I think the reality of it, Ect, is that I'm just playing under different circumstances. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Oftentimes, when I'm playing one of these games, I'm doing so in, okay, let me actually rephrase that a little bit. When I did the New World stuff in Kata, I've actually done it twice. The first time around, my mentality was extremely different because I was just doing it by myself, and it was intended to be my final hurrah, right? Yeah, there's Arkavan over there. I'm just going to park over here, no reason. And so what I ended up going through was being astonishingly impressed and being like, oh, wow, this is actually really good, especially in comparison to vanilla, because what I was doing was just going through and comparing it directly to vanilla quests. The second time I went through and only did a few of the specific zones because I was curating them for someone who was trying to see a lot of the Kata MSQ, right? So we didn't even do Thousand Needles. In fact, that's the second time I've ever done Thousand Needles proper just now, for example. The lore run obviously doesn't count because in the lore run, we were level 1 billion, one-shotting everything. I want to show off something here. A lot of our primary quests in Tanaris are going to revolve around these two people. Meg's Dread Shredder, you might remember her from the Goblin Starter Zone. And Kelsey Steelspark. Now, I'm going to do something weird here, just really quick. Alright, first thing I need to do. There we go. Perfect. Because I'm a number one. Try it. By the way, I poked at the new Christmas changes. There's not many, honestly. There's a handful of new cosmetics to get, which I've actually already gotten all of. And, they added a nice quality of life feature, which I appreciate. They made it so that you can... there's a teleporter that goes straight to Hillsbrad to the fight with the Grinch. Let me tell you, I accept that particular quality of life change. Also, here's Zul'Farrak. I always like to see it from the air, even though it's actually a different model in several ways from the actual dungeon. Weird how small it is, isn't it? If there's a way back, I haven't seen it yet. So.
Ready for action. See you next time. You can count on me. Good luck out there.
Damn.
I'll be waiting.
One moment, please.
You've got my attention.
It's alright, you're... Is this it? No, this isn't it. Sorry, I'm actually trying to find something really specific, and I don't feel like doing it on the Alliance. There it is. Okay, so, I actually found it. It's like 4 quests in. So, there's Noggenfogger. Let's just start off with that. Noggenfogger has become the Baron of Gadgetzan. He is actually now one of the single richest goblins in the world. He's not a great goblin, but he's actually probably one of the better goblins from a moral and ethical perspective, which is pathetic, but it's still true. He also became so powerful quite literally as a joke. See, back in the day, there was a thing called Noggenfogger's Elixir. You could do a quick quest for Noggenfogger, and he would be like, hey, here's your elixir, and it would do one of several random cosmetic kind of effects on you, right? Some of those were actually useful, but for the most part, it was just a fun, cosmetic-y thing. Naturally, players bought those in by the bucket. And, yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. So, in-universe, Noggenfogger got rich off of that, took over Gadgetzan, and became his own baron, his own trade baron. Now... Oh, he actually steals them still.
Well, spit it out.
Right there. Yeah, I'll go and grab one really quick. Well, yep, okay. Look, I'm actually the size of a gnome. That's kind of funny. This is the kind of thing Noggenfogger could do. Yeah, who knew, Lanera? So, when we walk into town, there's a Horde representative and an Alliance representative. Now, these quests are functionally identical. They involve going and doing the same things. It's just the flavor's a little bit different, okay? So, Meg says, paperwork's ready for you to sign, Marin. My people are just waiting on your decision. Kelsey says, gosh, Mr. Noggenfogger, I know you wouldn't want to damage your reputation as a neutral trade partner by forming closer ties to the Horde. Ugh, this is laughable. You know what it's like doing business with gnomes? Oh, I know this one. It's better than doing business with failed goblins that had to beg others for help. Why, you a little irradiated. Enough! You two are driving me insane. Start getting some freaking work done around here and get the heck out of my town. So then we do several quests to, convince him to work for us. But here's the dialogue of the starter quest for the Alliance.
New orders?
Why, hello there, fellow member of the Alliance. As an official representative of Gadgetzan, I'm here to make sure we help these... Excuse me. I'm here to make sure we poor scattered gnomes can peacefully coexist with the steam-weedle goblins here in Gadgetzan. We may even be open to tolerating the presence of her new Horde goblin friends. I'm sure we can all come to an agreeable decision with your help.
Good luck out there.
And
See
so
you next time.
she does these quests where she's like chipper and weirdly like cheerful, and it's actually kind of terrifying to listen to. Eventually, you get further in, and she starts to be like you do this whole quest for her, and she's still in this outfit, right? She looks like this on the lower left there. But eventually, we finally get to the point where we're actually doing her quests out and about, and she's suddenly in this rogue assassin gear. And then her entire demeanor changes. And she just becomes this, like, ruthlessly brutal, vicious killer type. It's really kind of terrifying. Yeah, she's SI7, I'm pretty sure. And, yeah, she's She's the ruthless killer archetype, if you're familiar with the spy archetypes. Yeah, she even says I can finally drop the act. God. Anyways. Thank you very, very much, the nobody. Always appreciate the sub. And if you would like to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. I suppose we could have done those in Alliance, but I want to try out Enhancement a little bit more. I want to get more of a vibe and feel for it. And we've tested Druid pretty much to conclusion at this point. Here. Compromise. We'll be a gnome the whole time. How's that sound?
Hey, how you doing?
I make my money selling animal parts. I've been perfecting a foolproof method of maximizing profit. The Butcher Bot. These little guys are programmed to harvest every scrap of usable material from the wildlife around here on a case-by-case basis. He does all the work, and best of all, only I know how to get the goods back out of him. If you're interested in making some coin, take one of these guys for a spin. I need some glass hide parts.
Have a good one.
Talk to me.
The rules are simple. 2 men enter, 1... Wait, sometimes there's women. 2 people enter, 1... No, wait. Sometimes it's more than 2. That means more than 2 comes out. Alright. Only rule is stay in the dome. There are no other rules. You're up against my biggest, baddest member of the Wastewander Bandits. Waste Wander Bandits. Jesus. This will either be a warm-up or a bloodbath. Let's see how it goes. I'm ready. Maybe. Into the Thunderdrome. Ladies and gentlemen, any ladies and gentlemen present should leave now. For only real men and women should be able to handle the gory spectacle about to unfold. Introducing the first fighter. Whoa, God! Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. I was reading. Not cool. Him. We're about to handle the gory spectacle about to unfold. Introducing the first fighter, the warrior of the Wanders, the Ayatollah of Kajakola, Ginormous. Ginormous pops on and says, there has been too much violence, too much pain, but I have an honorable compromise. Just walk away.
Hello.
An impressive start. Be prepared for more.
Have a good one.
Sure, Katrina Turner. Yeah, I didn't either. That's why I was looking at him. I don't know if I can handle the next one without the pet. And the pet's about to run off. Yep, there it goes. So we'll continue that in a minute. Let's go get our main quest while we're here.
Yeah. See you around, friend.
Welcome
Don't be
to
a
Tanaris.
stranger. Keep it real.
We gotta get the goods moving to this market ASAP if we want to be competitive. I got an angle for us. Gadgetzan's under blockade by pirates, but plenty of the goods that get blown off the ships survive intact. They just wash away. Most of them wash up in the shallows just south of town. Head down there and start salvaging. This crate's full of pure profit around there.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Here's the situation. We want to establish Bilgewater Cartel's market presence in Gadgetzan, and we need to start providing services for the community. The new coast has been great for business, but the sea's also brought sea giants with it. They're large, foul, and drive real estate values down. Head down and kill as many as you can. I'll catch you in on some of the deals I'm brokering.
Catch you on the flip side.
On behalf of the illustrious and still neutral Steamweedle Cartel, help you enjoy your stay. Remember, everyone is welcome in Gadgetzan except pirates.
Glad I could help.
I like how they're just building a ship here. This is probably Noggenfogger's personal ship, too. Good evening, J. Palmer. I am the greatest of all gnomes. Just call me Nomiocles. You okay there, Butcherbot? I'm gonna take that as a yes. It sounds like a yes. I don't know if I'd say stranger, but I actually, it's funny you say that, Yura. Once upon a time, and this was a while ago. This was back when I was in a wheelchair, actually. I had a dream that I lived in Tanaris. You're probably thinking, where the hell do you live in Tanaris? Well, you know those little troll, like, thatch hut things they have on the cliff sides? I forget what they're actually called. There's a term for those in real life. I imagine that I lived in one of those. But the weird thing was, I knew that Zul'Farrak was there, and the trolls were there, the Faraki. So I'm like, okay. So every time I had to go home, I had to, like, sneak by the trolls, just in order to go into my front door. It's the weirdest damn thing. Literally, as Mirastar. Ah, so you dream of hell, Yura. I'm so sorry. Oh, that would be terrifying, J. Balmer. Interesting thought, though. See, that just sounds like a cool mission idea, Ismaristar. You play a low-level nobody-nothing, and you have to get out of Stratholme during the Purge. On the one hand is Arthas and his forces, on the other hand is Mal'Ganis and his forces. And you are right in the middle. Oh yeah, we actually did the Fairloss one earlier, J. Paul. I don't know if the Tanaris one is. I suppose we'll find out. I suppose we'll have plenty of time to be a gnome later. We did, as Mirastar. That's the tricky thing about stealth missions, or stealth gameplay in general. There's 3 clear indicators of good stealth gameplay, like objectively good indicators of stealth gameplay. The first is, ironically, indicators. Knowing when you're caught, knowing your visibility, having something in the HUD that indicates what, to you, the player, how stealthy you are at any given point in time, right? We've seen a lot of different qualities of that over the years, but you can probably think of exactly what I'm talking about in your favorite stealth game, or a stealth game you've played. Second trick is to have some kind of recovery mechanism. In other words, if you screw up the stealth, don't make it a binary fail state. There's a lot of ways to do that too. Smoke bombs over in the Batman Arkham games is a really good example of that. Some games also make it so that the moment you're caught, you can go and just fight, like, say, Dishonored. Some games make it so that you can actually straight up outrace your enemies and eventually outmaneuver them, right? Stuff like that. The final thing, though, and this is the big one. The final thing that makes for good stealth gameplay is kit. You need some kind of tools. Now, kit is tricky, because kit can vary wildly depending on the game. But you need something in your disposal to hide other than just moving around and avoiding line of sight. moving around and avoiding line of sight can work, but only as like a temporary thing, because that's going to get extremely boring extremely fast. So, visual indicator, that's actually pretty solid. We can do that in something like Warcraft, no problem. Some kind of recovery mechanism. Maybe make it so it's not an instant fail state, or you have like some kind of run or sprint ability. Which brings us to kit. What exactly does a normal civilian bring to the table for getting out of Stratholme? Right off the top of my head, a couple of thoughts. First of all, fruit. No, hear me out for a second. You can stop by like one of the fruit stands and pick up a few chunks of apples or whatever and toss them to go distract, right? It's a distraction pellet. Psh, hey, what was that noise? That kind of a thing. Fairly basic, but that's the idea. We're a no-powered, no-level nobody, right? Or bricks. Something like that. Same basic concept, really. Also, Blades of All, you're here at last. Oh, my neck. You got a minute? Okay, let me find something that's going to live for longer than a second. I just want your legitimate thoughts about the viscerality of the class I'm playing right now. Let's go ahead and try the boss.
Time is money, friend!
Our next fighter was found in the deepest tombs of Zul'Farrak, gorged on cursed blood and raised from the death countless times. He knows only fury and violence. Dare you face the mindless wrath of Zumonga? Okay, that went down a lot faster than I thought it would. I really
What can
like
I do for
enhancement.
you? Safe travels.
Next boss, next boss.
What's up? Keep it real!
Quick clear, quick clear. The faint of heart may wish to shield their eyes. Being brought into the ring now is a horror. Captured from the dark tunnels of the Centaur Hive. The Skitter in Death. That's probably about as much of a showcase as I'm going to get for you, Blade Duvall.
Hey there. See you around.
What do you think? Well, I'm going to go with no, J. Palmer.
Time is money, friend.
Let's go, kid. Ooh. You lose any fingers? Good. I get some more work for you.
Be good.
No, no, you got squeamish. I got another job for you. See those red-feathered birds? Those are fire rocks. They'll light you up good if you're not careful. Also pretty damn valuable thanks to their unique anatomy. Most of the hunters loafing around here aren't up to the task of killing fire-spitting buzzards. Think you can handle it?
Keep it real.
I'll poke at it in a minute. But how do you turn it off? I need to know how to turn it off before I turn it on.
What's the word on the street? Be careful out there.
Let's see what you got.
Go get him, champ.
Yeah, mostly usable. This is good stuff. I've already got buyers lined up, of course. Here's your advance for the rest of the work you're going to do for me in the cartel, partner.
Have a good one.
Property values have already gone up since you left. People like seafront views that don't include briny, gnarled giants stomping around. Easy cut.
Glad I could help.
Alright, we've done enough small jobs. Time to seal the deal. The ruins of Steamweedle Port are still full of hapless Steamweedle goblins waiting to be rescued. Every single one of them is a potential future customer. They're firing on every boat that leaves port, so I say we take to the skies. You want me to
See you
rescue
around,
them
friend.
from an air balloon? No, we're going to try it out. We're going to do it. We're going to suffer. It is, as ever, my job to suffer for your amusement.
You need something?
Don't I have that? Do I seriously not have that? No, I have to have that. There's no way I don't. I got that back when it came out. Sorry. Let's go fight some of these guys. Alright, so here we go. You have enabled one or more experimental camera features, which may contribute to visual discomfort in some players. I'm ready. Okay, let's see what happens. Nothing, apparently. What? Okay. It's hard to be more zoomed in than this. Okay. Yeah, I hit accept. I think. See, I'm questioning myself. Hey, whatever the left button was. It's usually accept. Yeah, I was kind of curious, Bledgeville, because I figured this is a little bit flashier, and that sounds like an insult, but I don't mean it as one. It looks a little bit more FF14-y, right? I was doing a just one random roulette the other night when I had like 10 minutes to spare, and I was just watching the viscerality of it, and it was kind of crazy how flashy even just basic stuff is in that game. Like really, really, really flashy. Very anime. Okay. Yeah, my client was like, "No, you don't understand. You don't want this. Trust me. It's too terrifying." Oh no, this is interesting. No, that can't be right. I'll say, what's the most recent time you played, Hero? Is it still working? What? So there is a post that says, I fixed it by completely wiping out all my settings for the entire game forever. No. I'm not resetting every option again. Well, let's turn that on, I guess. See if that changes it. Okay, that's weird. Oh, Jesus. Nope, that is very, very weird. Oh my god, that's awful. Oh, that is so terrible. Oh my god, that's terrible. Oh, wow. No, we've got action cam on. Yeah, let's zoom in even more. That's really... Oh, God. That's really getting nauseous here. I wonder what that's under motion sickness. Holy crap. How is this physically possible to play like this? What's a boss fight look like in this mode? Okay, super zoom out then. You're a wizard. Actually, I did play EverQuest 2 pretty extensively back when it came out. I never went back to it because it sucked. Oh my god. How does this work with this camera? Oh, okay. Ah, that's better. Okay, right. Up. EverQuest 2 was such a fascinating experience for us. We actually went in as a group. So we had a prefab. Listen, it's basically beef, Caraway Noise. Oh, excuse me. I have actually, J. Palmer. I didn't like it, of course, but I'm glad they have that, and I kind of hope they actually have official controller support at some point. Microsoft! Be saved. Be saved slightly less horrifyingly than that, please. But no, that makes perfect sense, Blitchfall, sorry. What's interesting is I get the exact same vibe from FF14. So, I'm dead serious, though. I do. I feel so disconnected half the time. But that's for different reasons. In EverQuest 2, the way it worked was you'd start off, okay? And you start off in your capital city, and there's tons and tons of quests and activities and stuff to do in your capital city. It's generally fun and interesting, good story, good gameplay. You know, it was fun. I was with it. We were actually having a lot of fun in EverQuest 2. And there were multiple, like, sub-zones within the capital, if that makes any sense. Like, imagine instead of Orgrimmar being, like, one area, it's like 10. 10 might be over-exaggerating, but you get the point, right? That was fun, and we had fun with it. And then we left the city. And the moment we left the city, the game just became awful instantly. All of a sudden, the number of quests just dried up. So we went from having, like, you know, a dozen quests per zone to, like, 4. And all of a sudden, every enemy group, and I mean, even basic enemy groups, were a group wall. And I remind you, we were in a group, and we were just, oh my god, this is not how I wanted to go back. And we were just having issues with every single pull, and they didn't give a particularly large amount of money, and they didn't give any good experience. And we did a little bit of quick math and realized how many just random grinding kills we'd have to do in order to level, and how far behind we were falling on money. And we were like, you know what, we've done this song and dance before. And then we quit the game and never went back. And I have never been back to EverQuest 2 since then. So I don't know how it's changed. I know it has changed. I saw Josh Strive Hayes playing a little bit of it, and the experience he showcased is definitely not what I had.
Yo!
Alchemists pay through the nose for these things. Sure, maybe I tell them the dragon parts, but that ain't my problem, right?
Have a good one.
The hyenas might look scrawny, but they've got some of the strongest jaws you'll find. If you're not careful, they'll take a leg off in one bite. That kind of bone strength is a valuable resource just waiting for a buyer.
Be good.
I don't know if that's bone strength. I know, you're right, Blake Javal. FF14 definitely looks flashier than WoW ever will. I think in the 3 categories of viscerality, because this is one of the reasons I want to do an audit of the viscerality of both games, actually. I think FF14 is just going to absolutely curb stomp in terms of visual, right? Like, again, my favorite examples that are White Mage and Machinist, right? White Mage, or the Machinist just pulling out the drill and just launching this rocket drill at people. That's just going to beat anything WoW does. I'm not sure on the other two. I'll have to, that's why we have to do an audit.
Yo.
Isn't it nice we can do a good deed and see enormous financial gains from it? It warms my little goblin heart and my big goblin wallet. You did good, kid. Here's a token of my appreciation. Thanks.
Have a good one.
That's true, Blade Duval. But it's surprising to know that all the spell effects have actually gone through several iterations in WoW. And what you're looking at is the much more modern versions. If I pulled up Classic, it doesn't look like that. We can't just rest on our laurels here, babe. We gotta keep this momentum going. People are talking about us. Unfortunately, they're also talking about that air-headed gnome, Kelsey, who's apparently running jobs right alongside us. We're gonna drive her out of what's rightfully a goblin town. We need to seal the deal.
Catch you on the flip side.
Let's go seal the deal right after we kill a bunch of hyenas. Death to hyenas. And to the living. And yeah, considering we're layered in time walking, I doubt anybody will ever be doing these bosses while we're here. What do you want to bet? You don't think about Octavon. He's cool. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about him. I actually remember several FF11 spell effects. I remember the summons more than anything else, which is strange, but it's probably because I was focusing on becoming a summoner. Like, that was the class I was going to aim for eventually. I never got there, and I never will. I'll be honest. I'm not sure I actually prefer either game in terms of viscerality. Just in terms of pure personal preference. They're very, very different in approach. Which I suppose makes sense. With a lot of things in them when comparing these two games together. The Halo 4 sniper rifle is still pretty high up there. It still does several things right. Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. It looks good, it sounds good, and it kills things in one shot. Having said that, I think we have found our first gun game that actually surpasses the Halo 4 sniper rifle. And by that I mean we've found two of them, because we've played both Doom 4 and Doom 5.
What's up? Keep it real.
Whoops, I meant to read that. You're looking for more work, I got a line for you. I don't know if by the name of Twilight Hammer's been obsessed with sand trolls for some years. He's dead set on finding some kind of mythical sword made by him. I don't know. Just a while ago, he finally got a crew together to go to Sansara Watch and look for it. Last I heard, they kicked the trolls out of one of their camps and set up shop there. Why don't you look for it west of Zul'Farrak? Hi.
I am honored.
Soulthraze. The first time I heard the word uttered, I was around your age. How do you know how old I am? It meant nothing to me then, as it means nothing to you now. It was not until a warband of trolls coming from Zul'Farrak laid waste to the land that I understood and feared. Many will tell you that the split blade of suffering does not exist, that it's a myth, a rumor started to scare children. But believe me, it exists. He loses focus as he runs his hand across the jagged scar on his face.
Till next we meet.
Marin sent you. I appreciate his help. I'm here to seek Soulthraze, if you wish. Speak to Mazoga.
Good luck, friend.
He's been cooperative so far. Heh. Yeah, FF14, like, caps you in, like, here. Wow, lets you go back out here.
Time is money, friend!
It's easy to see the flinch animation. All you have to do is watch when I was fighting the second Lich King. Ah, you gotta help me. You gotta. Chelsea and I came here with a bit of money to sell supplies. Legit work. Next thing I know, she's on her deathbed. She's got a fever that'll shock a blacksmith and she's hallucinating. She must have been stung by the scorpions. I've seen it happen. It ain't pretty. I gotta get some poison glands. Please help me and get those glands.
Glad I could help!
To survive in the harsh desert, the Sun Fury need to learn all the secrets of blood magic. You drink the blood, you get the power. Darkest voodoo, yeah. But there'll be no room for holding back out here. If you find the sword, we need the blood. Lucky for ya, Mazoga be a traitor, yeah? There'll be plenty of Sun Fury trolls wandering over the hills there. Go and get Mazoga blood, plenty of blood. We'll make the ritual to find Jangtrez. Let's see if I can find a humanoid to kill. Which I can. But not yet. Not just yet. Hang on. I need 6 fistfuls of blood. How am I going to carry 6 fistfuls of blood? Only got 2. Okay, I killed that one too quickly. Hang on. The first one was flinching, though. Damn it, I keep killing him too quickly. Whatever. The first one was flinching. Can confirm. There's hi, Elizar. I'm still quite sick, but thank you for asking. Yeah, I don't... I'm not saying Blatefall's a liar. He's literally Hitler, but not a liar. But I don't recall a boss in FF14 that has a flinch. Like, don't bosses just kind of do their own thing? I'm sort of asking legitimately. I'm not really making a statement here. Yes, literally, exactly. See, I suppose that's the problem. I almost never fight mobs in FF14 because I have no real reason to. Like, trash mobs on the overworld are something to be blown over. And quests in FF14 don't involve killing mobs. I've been sick all week, Elizar. So, like, whoops, wrong button. In WoW, I notice animations are lackluster all the time because killing regular mobs is, like, a huge portion of standard gameplay loot. Or in FF14, like, the most trash mobs I tend to fight are the trash in dungeons, right? I know if I did, like, the hunts, for example, I'd probably see that more, but I don't do hunts. Now, one thing I will say is I can picture a few bosses, which I will not spoil which, in FF14, where there's like a scripted flinch, and it's almost always when they've got one of those bars that you have to break before they kill you instantly. You know the mechanic, right? They've been doing that since forever. And in some cases, they have that thing where it's like, break the shield before it's too late, and then you break it, and they go, nice big reaction to the fact that you successfully did it. Which, jokes aside, is actually good feedback. I've played games that don't have that kind of feedback. Hi, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Real quick. I need one more fistful of blood. Yes, you did, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Let's see, it was 1, 2, 3, 4 pluses to gameplay, and 4 pluses to story. Pretty solid zone, all things considered. Better than I was expecting.
Yo! Hurry back!
Ah, thank you. I know a bit of alchemy. I'm not totally useless.
Keep it real!
Here goes.
Glad I could help!
This should do it. Chelsea, baby, please drink this. It'll make you feel better. Okay. It tastes like... Ugh. I'm gonna lay back down now.
Talk to me!
That didn't work. I don't know what else to do. Unless... Oh, gosh! It's worse than I thought. Well, she must have been stung by the one lurking in the cave. I saw it when we first arrived. Claws size of a goblin. Tail as tall as a tree. We shared hushed whispers of it around the campfire. We called it Grimtotem. Hey, you laugh and stop that. This is serious. Her life's on the line. Please. I'll make it worth your while. Just bring me its poison gland. Yeah, sure, buddy. You ain't been drinking it yourself, huh? I need all of it. He gathers the blood in his hands and raises it to his mouth. It liquefies and pours gorily down his throat. They drink the blood, they get the power. I drink their blood. He gives you a wide, blood-smeared grin. The blood speaks. I can feel its flow to the sands, drenched in death, a desert of suffering. There, the blood flows to the south, the valley of bones. Zakuru, spawn of Bakari, the dark one who demands sacrifice. His father forced him from Zul'Farrak. His ascension interrupted. He will taste blood once more. Actually, the Faraki do practice a bit of actual vampirism. So, yeah, this is about as close as we're getting. So, no, I think you're right, Blade Vault. One of the things, too, in WoW, which I notice FF14 doesn't do, in fact, most games don't do this, WoW generally doesn't practice animation canceling. Or, I'm saying that wrong. Stuff happens in WoW, and actions do cancel animations, but animations generally don't cancel other animations. There we go. That's what I wanted to try to say. So, for example, one of the reasons you weren't seeing a lot of things in flinching earlier while I was fighting those trolls is they were in the middle of their cast animation, for example. So they can't flinch while they're casting. Make sense? Or, you know, if they're in the middle of doing an attack animation, they tend to not have a flinch when they're attacking. If you hit them while they're doing nothing, then they go, ugh, and they actually have the flinch.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
I can't believe it. You're amazing. Here, take this as yours. Take anything you want. I gotta see if Chelsea.
Glad I could help.
Baby, get up. I got it. This is it. This is gonna cure you. There, second trinket. Gus, I ain't drinking that. I can smell it from here. Just let me sleep off the food poison, okay? Food poisoning? Wait, you mean from all those basilisk steaks? That's all this is? Don't even say it. Of course it was. They were so undercooked. What do you think poisoned me? Nothing, honey. I'm just glad you're okay. That's weirdly sweet.
I have many wares.
Clean up our inventory. So what do I think of the Shimmering Flats? I liked it. I liked the visuals. I liked what they did with the quests there. I liked how they gave us something to speed up the whole experience.
May your feet
Because doing the Shimmering Flats while underwater would have been extraordinarily slow and boring and irritating if they didn't give us the oxygen mask and the speed boost. Something they would later use to great effect in Vashir. Hey, what's up? You know, you just said hi, and I've even said hi back, Elizar. You don't have to say hi again, but hi. Well, I don't know what dispels is, Elizar, but remember, you have to pick 3 things. The good news is I knew exactly what you were talking about. Merry Christmas. Alright. Sorry. I was jotting down some notes. Dispute speak through, man. You got it. Didn't like you much, eh? More in this world craves blood than just trolls, man. Let's find that other blade. Junk Thrace eludes me, mon. The blood is not enough. We're gonna need something stronger to find it. When you get every troll, you got to... When you need every troll, you got to help out to scrape by. One of them dying on you is a big problem. That's why the Sun Fury learned to raise our dead with voodoo. You fall over, you get back up and keep working forever. The zombies we make imbued with darkest mojo. You go into the west to find a whole mess of them. Yeah, that's another thing the Firaki went into. Necromancy. Now, you're probably thinking, and? But no, really. For trolls in particular, necromancy is particularly bad. You're really not supposed to raise the dead into that kind of servitude, because the trolls have their own interactions with the dead. And it's worth noting that Bwan Samdi in particular hates undead. Like, he's not a fan. Pretty much, Dakota. There's a reason the Firaki are usually considered the wild trolls, and it's purely cultural. Yeah, it's weird, Kira. Why knows how that works out. Well, shoot. Alright, hang on. So, while this guy is slow-moding here, we're going with Disciples Gold, Pokemon Stadium, and Sonic Adventure XD. Well, hang on. Let's actually show this off here. So this is me just white damaging, nothing else. It's probably a little bit more obvious when the strikes hit. You see that little whoosh, whoosh, whoosh right there. Do you see that? That's the connector. Now, when we actually use an ability, Or like that, or like that. You can see the variance. Each, I do believe, like, literally all spells and abilities in the entire game have a different effect on hit. So, to explain that a little bit, in WoW, let's use the most basic spell in existence, Frostbolt. When you cast Frostbolt, there's actually 3 parts to the animation. There's the effect on you while you're casting, there's the effect of the spell while it's in trajectory, and there's the effect on the target, right? So that's the 3 parts of animation that they track. So, for example, whoop, don't move. So here's me channeling lightning, right? You see that lightning effect on my hands? And then, of course, when it actually goes, you see the jolt. But when he gets closer, you'll be able to see the hit on him as well. That little bit right there, the thing that went like that. Excuse me. Now, whether that works for you or not is up to you, of course. I do agree with you overall, Blade Travel, that obviously the level of flash is much lower. And since the camera is usually right behind you, you tend to not notice that kind of stuff. Or if you do, it's the kind of stuff that just kind of fades into just the combat noise, right? Part of the reason I brought this up with Shaman is Shaman's a lot flashier than your norm. Mostly because we're flinging around lightning the entire time. Do any of the old spell ability effects hold up? No. Like, I can actually show you what old spell effects look like. They're pretty basic. You got this stuff, man. Oh, powerful stuff, man. Ah, if you could see what I see now. Maybe you could try it yourself sometime. The spirits call. Yes, I see the other half now, man. To the south. All will be close. It's in an oasis, buried in the muck beneath the water. Don't delay. Well, yeah, Bloodthirst. I can't even do the sound effect. Do I like Elder Scrolls or Dark Souls games and all? Where I don't like Dark Souls games. So, by kind of default, that's an easy answer, Elizar. By the way, as a real quick thing, do I have anyone who would be willing to do Zul'Farrak with me? Now, Souls-likes, that's different. So, if I had to pick between, say, Oblivion, which is what I believe to be the best Elder Scrolls game, not counting ESO, and, okay, I'm just going to turn this quest to get it off my log. Yep. Come on, load in.
What do you seek?
Oh yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with the game, this is actually a relatively new feature. And when I mean new as of this year. So they've always had different, like, indicators for different types of quests, but they've updated and added a bunch of them. So you got your basic quest, right? That's your yellow exclamation mark. You've got your daily quest. That's your blue with a little circle around it. There's a blue without a circle around it. That's a repeatable. And anything with the purple thing, that's important. These are pretty much straight up the Blue Cross quests from FF14. If you see a purple quest, that's an unlock or a chain or something similar, right?
Do not loiter. Stay the course.
And then, of course, there's the MSQ symbol, which you haven't seen yet, but does exist. I don't know if I could show it off anywhere. Probably not. Yeah, it's an exclamation mark inside of a shield, and that's your MSQ indicator. Actually, yes, J. Palmer. All dragons did. Dragons weren't really what you'd call pro-mortal back in the day. Anyways, that's a very recent change, and I'm hugely in favor of it. Much more clear on a lot of quests now. They haven't backported that completely yet, but they've done some good stuff with the more modern stuff. Oh, hey! I can show it off! So there's Kelsey in her assassin gear. I'm trying not to get too close because I'll aggro, but you can see her over there. It's because dragons weren't a people back in vanilla. Hey, bummer.
Well, spit it out. Glad I could help.
Good thing you're here. I'm gonna need a lot of help if we want to beat these gnomes with the punch.
Don't be a stranger. Be careful out there.
Look, babe, you should probably be able to see what's happening here pretty easily. There's pirates, there's goblins. Goblins are fighting pirates. There's some sad little gnomes trying to fight the pirates, too. I'll make it nice and simple for you. We need to kill a lot of pirates. Go do that, okay? We don't want the gnomes killing more than us, after all.
Keep your ear to the ground.
I've conducted a thorough appraisal of the real estate here, and unfortunately, its market value is just far too low to be of any use. We're gonna have to renovate. Luckily for you, I've learned a few things about arson. I hope you have too. That's a reference. You remember she's the one who blew up our frickin' base for the insurance money.
Go get him, champ.
Back in the Goblin Starter Zone. Let's not be wasteful here, babe. These pirates have tons of valuable nonsense just sitting around waiting to be fenced. Can you believe they just sit on this stuff? Why even bother taking it if it's just going to sit around? Stolen goods should be sold off and used to buy shiny new things. Anyway, be a dear. Go get their loot while you're out there.
Keep it real.
There is a lore explanation for why the dragons are kind of ambivalent for the longest time. But there's no real lore explanation for the fact that the dragons weren't really a people yet, no. It's just, everyone's fighting everyone. So, were Murlocs memes in the late 2000s? No, Murlocs didn't become a meme until, honestly, mid-vanilla. So let me explain why Murlocs are a meme. So World of Warcraft comes out. Woo! And one of the most popular races to play is humans, because people are boring. And so a lot of people would play the default race, which is humans, and they would level through Elwyn Forest because this is vanilla, and that's your option. So a lot of people leveling through Elwyn Forest would end up running into two large groups of people. Now, one of those is kobolds. Now, if you're paying attention, kobolds are also a meme. They're just not as commonly used as a meme. You know, Take Candle has entered mimetic consciousness for a reason. Really? Interesting. Good to know, though. So we've got 3 people, if Kira White Noise is willing to join. So a lot of players would run into and die from those 2 initial types of mobs. The kobolds in the caves, usually the second cave they would enter, sometimes the third. And there's these 2 lakes in Elwyn Forest, one just around Goldshire, and one further to the east. Both of those are swarming with Murlocs. Now you're probably thinking, well, what's so significant about Murlocs compared to everything else? Well, 2 things. First of all, they're more memorable because of the sound effect, which everyone would recognize. But second, and more importantly, they were some of the first enemies that players would encounter that would run on low health. Now, WoW has a concept called pulse aggro, sometimes referred to as social aggro. There's actually 2 types of pulse aggro. There's player pulse aggro, and there's enemy pulse aggro. So for this, we're going to talk about enemy pulse aggro. So let's presume for just a moment that I am an enemy, and I'm fighting this guy, right? So I'm like, I'm an enemy, I'm going to fight you. But then, oh god, I'm low on health, and I run. By being near another enemy, I then pulse that enemy, and that enemy then pulls into aggro, and now you're fighting me and this other person. Make sense? So Murlocs would run, pulse, and then suddenly you'd be fighting 3 Murlocs. Or 5. I remind you, this is vanilla, where fighting 2 things at once could get you killed, especially if you don't know what you're doing. And spoilers, you didn't, because this is when WoW was brand new, and nobody knew what they were doing. And yeah, J. Palmer's correct. Some of the Murlocs also had a frickin' potion, which would heal them up, which would then make the problem even worse, because you get them on low health, they'd run, and be like, ah, they'd pull some other guys, and then they'd heal on the way back, and now you're fighting them at maybe like half health, but also still fighting them, and all your progress is lost, and also their buddies. And then you would die. Oh my god. Speaking of pulse aggro. I can handle that. I can handle that. Let's do it. Let's do it. And you know what? Actually, yeah, you're absolutely right, J. Palmer. Most Molten Core bosses had less mechanics than frickin' Murlocs did. Not even joking. Anyways, the point is, because of everything I just mentioned, so, a lot of people playing WoW, a lot of people playing humans, and some of the first deaths you'll have in the game are to memorable encounters with kobolds and Murlocs. Kobolds and Murlocs became memes. Boom. I need like one more bit of loot. Excuse me, is there any loot in here? There is. Excellent. Just gonna grab this here. Thank you. Bye. Can enemy AI still use potions? Depends. Enemy abilities are programmed per enemy. So, some do, some don't. Murlocs were also in Tirisfal. Not nearly as much, but they were there. What else? You wouldn't see them as the Night Elves for quite a while. Unless, of course, you made the trip. And the Dwarves, you would see them in Lochmadon. So you'd have to wait till your second zone to actually see them there. And I feel like that was it for starter zones back then. Oh yeah, or Durotar. Durotar didn't have any and Mulgore didn't have any.
I've seen you around here before. Catch you on the flip side.
Pleased to report that our brand recognition in this area skyrocketed. Now you killed most of the people who didn't want us here. That's not how branding works.
Have a good one. Be careful out there.
You ever thought about becoming a full-time arsonist? I know a few people. It's a nice gig. We'll chit-chat about that one later. More to do here.
Go get him, champ.
Let's see what you got. You're not hiding for yourself, are you? You'll never find a buyer without me, you know.
Keep your ear
Beautiful.
to the ground.
I think these idiots were just sitting on it. Here's a bit up front. We'll talk about profit share and bonuses later.
See you around, friend.
We've looted everything that isn't bolted down around here. But I ain't done yet. If we're bothering to do the Steam Wheel cartel's dirty work for them, we're going to make as much cash as we can while we're here. I haven't seen many earrings on these pirates, so the gold teeth must be the next best place. Or, sorry, the gold must be the next best place. Their teeth. The South Sea Musketeers and Strong Arms are the higher-ups. They'll be the ones with the adornments. Bring me a good fistful of gold fillings.
Glad I could help.
You want me to kill people and rip out their teeth? What am I, an orc? Don't answer that.
Keep it real.
As you may have seen, the ship's docked to the north as its cannon blazing. Yeah, I'd say that. Well, it's pretty fun watching the gnomes run face first into a hail of iron. My bruisers keep doing it too, and it's absolutely killing my overhead. I'd like you to go and try dance to the cannon fog. Get on that ship and kill the taskmaster. Oh, the rest of the crew is probably a bunch of spineless prats. Once he's down, we should be good.
Keep your ear to the ground.
So the latest meme in WoW. Don't summon demons. I have no idea. I do not have my finger on the pulse of meme community. Oh wow, there's just two of them. Kind of. Oh Jesus. Okay. No. We're not screwing around. We're not screwing around. Yep. We're just gonna eat this. We're just gonna eat this. Okay. I mean, it's one of our memes, but it's not a WoW meme. I'm here to free you from your horrible taskmaster. Immediately stop firing the cannons and I'll stop killing you. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. Oh, I guess they left it. Keep running into rares, God.
What's shaking? Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah, so what, kid? Any close calls? Get grazed? No? Good, because we got more fish to fry here.
See you around, friend.
Yeah, apparently we do. Where the hell? Oh, I see. We'll be right back. Oh yeah, a turtle made it to the water. That was a meme. That's why she got immortalized. The actress who was saying that died very recently. So there's actually an entire quest just honoring her in the game now as part of the anniversary event. Let's try overpulling a little. See how we can handle this. Ooh, okay. Pay a little attention. Uh-oh. We're about to see Pulse Aggro in action there. Now, who knows? You can never really anticipate memes, right? I've seen companies try to meme. That never works out. Ah! Yeah, actually. Did you know that Neelix over on Star Trek Voyager was intended to be a breakout character? He was in fact being specifically compared to Quark, who is a breakout character of DS9. Actually, yeah. The whole reason Bwansamdi had so much presence was because people absolutely loved him when he showed up. They'll probably bring him back in the future. He was a very well-beloved character. Oops. Yeah, Zakan, who, if you remember, didn't have a name when they first introduced him.
Yeah? What do you want?
Don't get squeamish on me now.
Go get him, champ.
Nice. Remember, gold is gold. Remember whose mouth, nose, or otherwise it's been in. It's all perfectly sanitary after it's been melted down anyways.
Be careful out there.
Hi, babe. I got something bigger for you to take on here. We've spotted the captain of the South Sea over on one of his boats. To the south. That's to the south, not the one we've been suicidally bum-rushing for the better part of several hours. He's sitting there smug and stoic watching us war down here. I'll spare you the hostile takeover jokes. Just go beat the tar out of him.
Don't be a stranger.
I know, made in Timeland. Alright, we've successfully gotten Ethan Phillips. Sweet! What are we going to get him to play? How about this character we're going to deliberately make obnoxious? Perfect! How did you get a sea giant? You know, I don't even care. Well, I cannot legally answer that question. Of course, I would never, ever be in favor of any kind of emulation. Obviously. I mean, that's true. I would not download a Neelix. That is a true statement.
Hey, how you
But
doing?
being honest, I rip most of my own stuff. It's pretty rare I have to go to any kind of other source for that. Sea giants. Think he was training them towards Gadgetzan on purpose? Whatever, he's Splitsville now, and Gadgetzan owes us big time. I can't wait to see the look on Marin's face. Here's your cut, babe. Thanks.
Glad I could help.
You did a bang-up job here. I'm going to make sure these mooks finish properly and head back to Gadgetzan for a bit. Want to keep making good impression on our steam wheel friends or just make more money? You should head southwest of here. Okay.
Have a good one.
I like making good impressions. When do I think it's bad to download games? Okay, I can give you a real answer on that if that's what you really want. Yeah, sorry, Linarith, we didn't have the people. It's fine. I appreciate you though. Thank you. It's funny, I never have this problem in FF14. Due to the complex nature of how real life works, and how the economics and realities of real life work, I think that 100% of the time it is morally acceptable to download and play a game rather than to pay for it. Because despite all of the whinging that game companies have been doing for 50 years now, give or take, gaming piracy is not an issue. It is proven to not be an issue. It is proven that gaming companies, and actually movie companies as well, while we're on the subject, waste more money trying to combat piracy than they actually lose from presumed lost sales from piracy. And even that is being more generous than it should be. Because, remember, the majority of people who pirate games do so because they either refuse to pay for those games or can't. Either because it's physically impossible to, like we've been running into a lot of that problem in the more modern era, or because you just don't have the money, which we're also running into a lot of that problem in the modern era. So any lost sales is a fiction, right? It doesn't work that way. So there's no... calling it piracy is actually wrong, to be completely frank. It's an inaccurate term designed to try and demonize an activity that frankly shouldn't be. Now, we could argue that some other of the specifics of that back and forth, and who knows. There's a lot of question markiness here. But if you personally, morally, and ethically decide to grab a game because you cannot afford it, or because you do not want to give money to that particular company, do it. There is absolutely no sin that you have committed there, to be frank. I want you to think about a game that you like, the company that made that game, the company that owns the company that made that game, the company that is above them, the company that's run by Jay Palmer, because Jay Palmer's at the top of all this. Jay Palmer is secretly Elon Musk. I've been meaning to tell you. Sorry, Jay Palmer. Didn't mean to give away your secret identity about that. And I want you to think about how much money that company has made and wasted. And think about how much they squeeze and rip finances out of people. And nobody actually looks at them and says, oh no, they're pirating money out of people. We actually have a term for that. It's called predatory practices, but that's a huge umbrella term, which refers to a huge quantity of different types of things that many, many, many different companies do in order to try and squeeze as much money out of you as possible. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I tend to avoid going and grabbing ROMs because A, I don't need to. I rip my own stuff because I actually own all this stuff. And B, because that's getting to be a more and more risky venture as time goes on and as monitoring technology just gets better and better and better. So, be safe. Viruses are easy to deal with. What you need to worry about is if you ever get a message from your IP provider saying, hey, we got a notification that you were doing something illegal, so we're shutting down your internet service for a few days. That's what you need to be afraid of. Thank you very, very much, Jay Palmer. I do always and ever appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. I'll put that towards the usual. This guy, he's got some issues, I think.
Hey, how you doing?
You have Megs, huh? Order, she's been pretty hell-bent on making nice with Noggin Fogga. Look, yeah, I care. You ready to kill some bugs?
Have a good one.
I'm not here on a vacation, pal. Noggin Fogga sent me down here with a mission. Find out how to turn a profit on the Silithid or wipe them clean. If you want to do some favors for the Steam Metal Cartel, I could use a hand.
Be good.
I've been spending the last week staring at this ugly pit, trying to think how to exploit a bunch of dangerous, violent arthropods for profit. Now I'm out of ideas and I'm starving. These things are a wash. Let's go start clearing them out.
Keep it real. Have a good one.
We haven't been camped here singing songs with gnomes and playing with dangerous machinery, you know. My men have been trying to clear this hive out for a week now. Problem is we've taken so many losses, the bugs now have the advantage. Lucky for us, the bugs either don't like to eat goblins or they like us so much they save us as treats, because nearly all my men are still cocooned out there. Could you go save them?
Be good.
Yes, Linnerith. That's not new either. That's old tech, really. They're just getting better at it. Oh, I wasn't even going to get into DRM. I know it's an off-quoted quote, but piracy really is a service issue in many cases when it comes to games and movies and stuff like that. If you give someone a quick, easy, and relatively cheap vector by which to pick up something, chances are they're just going to do that. It's literally less dangerous and easier to do than bothering to try and find something, grabbing it, double checking it, making sure it actually works properly. Oh, hang on, it's crap quality. Let's try again. Hang on, I gotta pull this crack out. That means I have to disconnect my internet. Human beings tend to follow the path of least resistance. So, if you make your game, for example, really easily accessible and relatively cheap and smooth to pick up, then yeah, most people are probably just gonna do that. And, hey, lo and behold, the facts prove me right on that. Go figure. Ugh. Someone needs to walk over to Nintendo HQ and just flick them upside the nose, you know? Yeah, Sony is trying very, very hard to make me never play their games again. Like, it is... I've never been, like, super pro-Sony, but they've bounced up and down acceptability over the years. They have been nosediving the last 2 years at this point. Like, it's been a minute. They've been just doing this. Also true. Made in Thailand. Also true. I have no idea, Elizar. I can't tell you specifics. Every game that's been ported forward has been ported forward because someone somewhere said, hey, this would be profitable, and then did it. I'm not being facetious either. There are people who are dedicated towards game preservation. Those people are not the people selling you games. Those people are not the people who have ported games from, you know, from older days, from PS2 or early aughts PC era, and pushed them onto Steam or GOG. One of the biggest reasons that GOG themselves have had so many issues getting specific games on their platform is because they've had issues contacting the people who actually own the rights to that game. Or in some cases, even finding out who owns the rights to that game, because that's not as clear-cut as it should be. And yeah, Lunaria is giving you an actual tangible example of what I'm talking about here. Hell, I tend to value a good port. Emphasis, good port. You put some time and effort into actually porting something forward, and, you know, making it work on modern systems, and maybe adding some quality of life features. Cool, I'll pay for that. I can recognize quality. By the way, speaking of ports, according to my YouTube commenters, no, I cannot, J. Palmer. You want to hear something really insidious that I only found out about pretty recently? So, what's the first thing that pops in your mind when you think the GTA 3D ports? 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. You remember those? So, I'll just skip ahead in the story a little bit here. So, for those of you not aware, they put out these ports of the GTA 3D games 2 years ago? 3 years ago? I don't know how long it's been. It's been some time. Those ports were legendarily bad. Like, to the point where they would be considered unbroken, or unplayable, broken, buggy messes, right? Terrible, terrible ports. Naturally, the company that actually worked on those got a whole lot of flack for that, and it was also used as an excuse to fire a lot of those people. Now, if you're even remotely familiar with the situation, you know that that was actually not the fault of the company that worked on them at all, which is Grove Street Games, by the way. So, Grove Street Games was told, hey, we need you to do this. We need you to do way more than you're actually going to be capable of doing it. We're giving you a very small budget, and by the way, here's your release window. So obviously, the ports were a complete colossal mess. Here's the funny thing. Those ports are in a really good state right now. They never stopped actually patching and fixing it. In fact, over the last however many years it's been, I should have checked the release date there, however many years it's been at this point, they have spent all that time that they should have been doing developing the game to begin with, patching the game into launch status. It looks like it has been about a year now. 1 year. Like, that's just kind of what it is. I know what you're thinking. What's the flaw here? So if you're thinking, who the hell is Grove Street Games? That's probably a good thing to think of, because it's kind of been shut down. Like, I don't actually know if the company exists in any real manner right now, but they fired everybody, kicked them all out, and said, all right, your job's done, go away. My favorite part, though, is when the game launches, they no longer show Grove Street Games. In other words, they literally, in the game, just when you fire up the game, they no longer credit the company that actually made the frickin' ports and then polish them up to acceptability. Yeah, thanks for the free work. You're fired. And now, like I said, the ports are actually in a pretty good place. Like they should have been at launch. Hi, Spartan. Thank you for the bits. As usual, if you know where you want to put those, please let me know. And yeah, it's pretty much the 343 thing all over again. Although, yeah, a little different direction, but still there. You got it, Spartan.
Yo! Keep it real.
This ain't going fast enough. There's got to be a faster
Have
way.
a good one.
I got an idea, but we're gonna need bait. The other day I saw a rabid blister-paw hyena wander too close to the edge of the chasm. One of those silithid comes diving out of nowhere, nearly swallowed it whole. Horrible sight. We're gonna need hyena meat, obviously. Go gather some. Make sure it's fresh.
Keep it real. Be good.
Thanks for the help. This is really killing things here. Once you start losing men, you start losing manpower. And morale. And weapons. And the magazine you loan to that one guy. You know how it is.
Keep it real.
Yeah, I bet. I bet you're looking forward to the weekend. Okay, so Eleazar says, what did you call remakes for when the games are just updated with some gameplay and graphics? Like the StarCraft remaster. Versus when the game actually fixes issues that should have been and adds something to the story. Well, you actually answered yourself in that question. Remasters. It's actually a pretty simple distinction, although I'm going to be honest, that's my distinction. There is no official distinction there. The industry as a whole does not bother to qualify the differences between any of the gradients of what you can do to port a game forward. I usually put it into three broad categories. Ports, remasters, remakes, in that order. A port is exactly what it sounds like. Here's a game that used to run, doesn't anymore. Here you go. Boom. See you around, Kenix. Have a good day at work. A port can gradient into being a remaster depending on how many quality of life features they add to it or how much they update it to fix problems with it, right? So we start over here with port. And your basic port is just dumping a game onto a modern thing. They did this with Command & Conquer, for example. So I'll go into specifics there. The old Command & Conquers have really hard time working on modern PCs. You need fan patches and all fun stuff like that, right? So when they decided to dump like pretty much the entire Command & Conquer library onto Steam, a lot of people were like, sweet! But the problem is those were ports, like the most bare bones ports possible. They quite literally took the EXEs from the CDs, or not the, I don't know what I said. They took the files from the CDs and just dumped the files onto Steam. No work done whatsoever. So that's a port, right? Now a good port can actually add some features or make things a little more polished. Maybe give some like options for widescreen versus 4:3, you know. Maybe give some more visual options, stuff like that. But basically touch it up a little bit. But the more good a port is, the more it drifts into remaster territory, which is here in the middle. Most remasters change things visually because for some reason graphics are the only thing anybody cares about. So remasters are touched up in some way. Not really changed. No substantial alteration. Just, you know, they added some polish, right? The Final Fantasy Pixel remasters are actually a perfect example of a remaster. Changed up the graphics, altered how some of the code works under the hood, and did a few polishing past editing things, like changing how Cyan's sword tech works, changing how some of the specific abilities work, making it so you have the sprint button, giving you a toggle to turn off encounters, etc. That's a remaster. That drifts even further forward into the realm of a remake. Remakes are a little bit trickier, because remakes completely change something under the hood with how it plays, and is, for all intents and purposes, a new game. A new game built out of the bones of the old one. I've used several examples of those over the years, but I think the actual best example I could give of a remake nowadays would be Resident Evil 2 remake. It is still clearly, you know, Resident Evil 2. It is still inspired by and built off of and followed the same general story beats with the same characters in the same areas. And much of the concepts remain the same. But the actual gameplay is completely different. The scenes are completely different. The engine's completely different. It is a new game built out of the design document of the original. And that is a remake. They also did that with Resident Evil 3 and 4, consequently. WoW was always fun, PM Tricks. Although not right now. This quest right here is our first bad quest in Tanaris. This is crazy. I happen to have another player competing with me for this exact item. I noticed them earlier. So, hashtag other players, as usual. Other players just ruin everything. Oh god, vanilla Tanaris. All the 40s zones sucked in vanilla. Every one of them. Yes, the N64 games dumped onto the Switch are ports. They're good ports. They benefit from the built-in save states. But they are still ports. I enjoy seeing other people in game when they don't diminish my gameplay experience. Which is more like what happens in, say, Dragonflight. I actually like doing the big events in Dragonflight, you know. And I hope to show off at least a few of those in War Within when we get there. Those are fun. If you're wondering what they are, just picture event chains from Guild Wars 2, and you're already there, because that's what they are. Yeah, the theater's a good one. And, there's another one. I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. I don't know War Within's as well as I knew the old ones. So I did the Dragonflight ones for quite a while. Yeah, Soup Kitchen. I love soup. I hope we can do soup at least once. Just to show it off. Did Moonblade have anything in vanilla? Not really. There were no quests and no content there. Except for a couple of things for druids, specifically. I don't know if Awakening the Machine counts, because isn't that solo only? And if it isn't, you need to tell me how to get a friend in there, because me and Pax have been unable to group up for that. Yeah, the beacons was the other big thing I was thinking of. Probably is Mirror Star. They did that with Dragonflight, too. Like, at Dragonflight launch, there was only the 3 events, really. Unless we count the hunt. Which I'm not sure I do. I saw that as Mirror Star.
What's up? Be good.
Man, that stuff looks delicious. I'm half tempted to fry up some myself. No, gotta focus on getting out of here. Maybe just one piece.
Have a good one.
Now that we got a good pile of fresh chunks, we're gonna tie it to this rope and you're gonna go catch me a Silithid. What? Don't give me that look. It's perfectly safe. Mostly safe. Okay, you'll die painfully, but it'll be easy. Just throw the meat out there, wait for a bug to pounce on it, and drag him back here by the rope.
Keep it real.
You want me to what? Man, everyone liked the soup. It's one of the only events I saw people keep doing after a while.
You have a great day now.
Would I like to play a Waluigi game? Good question. Is it any good? That's all I care about, really. Yeah, I actually really liked the Amir Drasil event. Or events, depending on how you count that. There's the other player, by the way, right there. Level 20 Drakthir. What are you doing here at level 20? Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? That's right. You're a good abomination monster birthed directly from living chaos flesh. Or I guess dying chaos flesh. So what would a Waluigi game be about? So Waluigi has always been the sports guy. What's it thinking? You like references, right? It's afraid. It's afraid. Yeah, anyways.
Time is money, friend.
Oh, look at the size of it. It's glorious. This ugly sucker's going to help us bring down the whole hive.
Be good.
Now it's time to try and go into the bug plan to go into full effect. We've got the captured bug strapped up with as many explosives as it can carry, and Sooth Fancy's mostly amazing mental powers. We're going to drive the sucker into the center of the hive, and boom, no more bugs. You get the personal honor of directing the ugly thing.
Have a good one.
I'm doing my part.
Need assistance?
Noreen Sooth Fancy, at your service. Retired engineer, master soothsayer. I can even tell your future before it happens. If you're trying to relearn a trade skill, go to the book over there. It's over there. Yeah. I suppose I should do this quest. You're going to out hunt hyenas, huh? This is earlier. If you don't mind, I've got an offer myself. I'm in need of eyes from the glass-hide gazers. Their eyes contain crystals, valuable to collectors. Now, you may have heard that some sad individuals use these to enhance paramental abilities, but I assure you, my interests are purely academic.
Alrighty then.
Sure thing, buddy. That is pathetic, Spartan. I've never seen it. I tried watching the second one. That didn't work out. The nicest thing I could say about the sequels is they remind me that I actually like the... Oh my god! That's... I was wondering when this would pop up. You've encumbered some sort of strange egg-shaped device made from metal. Fiddling with one of the knobs springs the egg to life. It opens up into some sort of gnomish robotic contraption. Hi, my name's Oglethorpe. Go do my chicken quest. Okay. Anyways. So let's see. We're going to make a Waluigi game. Let's see. What do we make? We've already got all the Wii Sports and... Or, sorry, Mario Sports games, and they all suck. Maybe we can make an actually good one. Oh, that's a weird thought. A good sports game. Actually, it is Blades of All. And here's the thing I'm thinking. I think part of the problem, and I mean this with sincerity, that a lot of the Nintendo sports games have, is they're trying too hard to be a sports game with a Nintendo coat of paint on it. What we need is a Nintendo sports game. Lean into it. Right? Like, make it ridiculous. Use the setting. Include the fact that you have wild power-ups and alien creatures and fantastical settings. Now, interestingly enough, they've done this with Mario Kart. Mario Kart is completely bonkers, as it should be. I don't think I've played either of those. In fact, I know for total certainty I have not played either of those games. So we're going to have a Waluigi game. Let's lean into it. Question is, do we do one sport or many?
My, you're a tall one.
Let's see.
Off and away.
Do you, have them?
You have a great day.
Perfect, just what I need. Full of potent, focusing energies. For my collection, Narain Sooth Fancy is in no need of artificial enhancements of any kind. Now take your pie and be off.
Be seeing you.
Actually, unironically, yeah, I was literally just picturing Mega Man Soccer. The problem is Mega Man Soccer sucks. But a lot of why Mega Man Soccer sucks is because it's an unfinished game. I feel like if that game had been given time and effort to really be developed, it would be really cool. Like, seriously, the game is so obviously unfinished, it's kind of pathetic.
Hey!
It's ignoring the fact that we know they didn't finish it.
Off and away.
Alright, let's sniff for pheromones, shall we? Sniffy sniff. I mean, we could just lean really hard into soccer, into football, right? So, you know, they kind of did that with the GameCube Strikers game, I want to say. I think it's over here. But, like, instead of just having a match that's like a soccer field, but also, you know, it's got some cosmetics in the background, make an arena where you're in the Kupahara Desert, right? And the sand actually affects things, and the quicksand can, like, speed it up on the certain parts of the terrain, or it could be going the other direction, you know. Oh, there we go. There's our trail. I was wondering why that wasn't showing up. Yeah, let's just pull the areas from Mario 3. It's one of the games that has done the most to develop the world of Mario, even to this day. If you want to be more topical with it, use the kingdoms from Odyssey. That could also work. You know, one of the soccer fields is actually bouncing across the rooftops of New Donk City. If you fall, well... There's a lot of Silithid in here. Hello, lots of Silithid.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, like, have one field be a frickin' sphere. Like, oh, God. There's so many cool ideas there, right? Oh, man, that was awesome. We should have seen the flames coming out of the hive. Here's your reward for entertaining me as much as for clearing the hive. Thanks.
Keep it real.
You know, while you're out doing your thing, Meg stopped by. I hadn't seen her in months, but she barely gave me the time of day. Just wanted to tell me she had business lined up. She said she was heading to the Dune Mall. Since you're done here, I might as well head over. I wouldn't keep a goblin like her waiting.
Have a good one.
Guess we'll do the chicken quest while we're here. You appear to have uncovered a chicken. Dialogue isn't even different. I do like niche things, Act. That's true. What would imminently amuse me is if Nintendo made an American football game and it just sold bonkers well, right? That would be extraordinarily funny to me. Sure, Spartan. So we actually are kind of behind on dungeons at this point. We still need to do Moradin in its entirety. We still need to do Dire Maul in its entirety, all three wings. We are pretty much at the Zul'Farrak step. I technically am like one quest out from the Zul'Farrak step. Let's see what else. That would be really funny, Blade to all. I think that's it for dungeons for the immediate future. We are here in Tanaris, obviously. Next after this is Ungoro, which we'll be finishing today at the rate we're going, which is great. I kind of want to push a little bit. I'd love to start Felwood, but the line right now is Tanaris, Ungoro, and then Felwood and Winter Spring. And then we'll be done with Kalimdor. No, that makes perfect sense, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. As usual, that kind of stuff happens by accident. I still kind of want to do as many dungeons legit as I can, because I'm still chewing on the idea of removing half of those abandonment negatives. And so that's something I would like to test as thoroughly as I can with as many different dungeons as I can. Well, off it goes. Bye, Mr. Chicken. Rotten mechanical hell. I should probably get the Zul'Farrak quest wet ready in case people are actually good to go on that. So I'm going to go do that really quick. At this point, it doesn't matter who I do Kalimdor with. Both characters are already locked at 67. Ironically, we will have 3 characters for Eastern Kingdoms. I don't know how the levels are going to line up, but... Joke's on you, man. I found Drangthrace long ago. Had bolted the halves till some wily one come and steal away in the night. Now that Sanctrace is mine again, the only thing you'll be finding here is yon fresh grave. Behold! Sultrace the Lasha be rejoined. Ha ha ha. I got me my trinket. Wait, why are you killing me, man? Enough of this. Chief Sandscalp can remind me if I'm dead, yeah. Farewell, man. For good. Up, see you around, Mazoga. And we'll never see him again.
Hello. Be careful.
Mazoga, he'd take the sword? That filthy... At least you skipped with your life. The Lasher's bite is a vicious one. Yeah.
Till next we meet.
That foul traitor. I should have known better than to trust his kind. My hunt for Sulthur has blinded me. Forgive me. Mazoga has fled inside of Zul'Farrak, heart of the Sand Fury. If you truly seek the sword, you must pursue him. Do not go alone. It's a dungeon.
Good luck, friend.
Oh, okay, thanks. I told you we were one quest out. Yeah, that sounds about right, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I have actually experienced pretty much the same thing more than once.
What's up?
I got a great one for you this time. We're going to initiate these ogres into the Horde, working directly under us.
Keep it real.
And the mere mention of trying to get these Dune Mall to join the Horde and work for the Bilgewater cartel as cheap local labor. Pull this off, we're going to pay lip service to the actual initiation process, or I'm going to catch flack later on. So I've got this charter drawn up and slapped the initiation rights on our unlimited time offer labor stipulation contract.
Glad I could help. What's shaking?
Okay. Me help Goblin Lady make friends with ogres. Well, alright, let's recruit these guys. Remember this? This is like that one quest back in Dragonblight, where we recruited the Tonka. You signed charter. Is good. Me not understand. Read make head hurt. Me still hungry. Me not like sand. Me forget what you said. Because ogres are dumb. Don't you get it? Ogres are dumb. We get tabard? Ogre look funny. Oh, yeah, we got one signature. Holy crap. Okay. Thank you, funny ogre. You're welcome. And now, for your viewing pleasure. That would make perfect sense, yeah. Excuse me. Had the most adorable of nieces. Ogres. Ogres are the monstrous two-headed allies, wow, of the orcs that were brought through the portal by the warlock Gul'dan after the First War to act as enforcers in an effort to quell needless infighting between the orc clans. Due to the constant bickering between their two heads, ogres exhibit less intelligence than even the lowly peons. Their incredible strength and underdog toughness makes them good things. The Ogre Magi, originally a small band of extremely loyal ogre enforcers, transformed by Gul'dan into scheming and malicious sorcerers. By warping and twisting the elf magics of the runestone of Cardero, Gul'dan was able to infuse the magical abilities of long-dead warlocks into the bodies of these unsuspecting hosts. Once hulking simpletons, the transformed Ogre Magi can direct their death magics as easily as their lesser cousins could deliver a crushing blow to any foolish enough to stand in their path. The Ogre Magi have become extremely cunning and insidious, serving the Horde only as they see fit, which, if anybody's played any Warcraft 2 multiplayer matches knows, is they carry the entire match every single match ever. So having said that, it sounds like ogres have always been stupid. Ogres were actually in Warcraft 1 as well, but the Warcraft 1 doesn't count for anything.
Yeah.
Nice work. I'm amazed you even got them to hold a pen without eating it. You can throw the suit over there, away from me, in the fire.
See you around, friend.
Okay, Ogre, now that the tribe signed the proper paperwork, what can we do to actually convince them to work with us? Me not know what you say. Me very dumb. Isn't it funny how dumb they are?
I seen you around here before.
What ogre like? What good fun. Forgive ogre. Oh, ogre like eat bug. Get bug. Silithid, those things are disgusting and completely inedible. Whatever. Okay, babe, like I said, the ogres are too dumb to know what signing that charter meant. Now we have to actually get them to come with us, so we'll be procuring what is apparently a beloved local flavor. Beloved local flavor for drooling idiots, I mean. Just pop over to the Noxious Lair, get a pit of dangerous silithids and a bunch of Centipar, and bring back the pieces, okay? Do we have to? Okay, I guess we have to. Here's the question for the, 2 people who give a crap about the Warcraft rewrite. What can we do with the ogres? Well, I've been debating, because, in terms of what? Yes. So, let me use a slight example. There's a common tendency in fiction in general, but also in real life, and of course in Warcraft, where the more physically powerful you are, the more advantages you have, the less you needed to advance. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean intelligence. It could just mean, technology, right? So, for example, the reason the Taurens have had such unadvanced technology despite being around for so long is because they're Taurens. Taurens didn't need tech to keep up with survival, right? Exactly. It allows for stagnancy. By contrast, the orcs over on Draenor got so advanced and were able to eventually overthrow the Gorian Empire by sheer virtue of having to develop because they were at the bottom of the food chain, right? Another example. So I'm fine with the ogres not being super advanced and just relying on their strength, but the idea of them just universally being dumb as a species trait doesn't sit well with me, you know? First of all, the dumb species thing is a little bit overdone in all of fiction. But second of all, and again, I'm going to go back to the Gorian Empire. So what I'm thinking is, what do we do instead? Like, how do we develop the ogres instead? That's something I don't want to be seeing. Ignore that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. basically this Pandaria thing. We're cool, everything's cool. No worries, no worries. Like, I'm not saying the ogres have to be front and center, but I have to admit, the idea of the ogres as a people following the same general path that the Night Elves have followed in canon Warcraft is kind of interesting to me. I admit I'm also a little bit biased, because I like ogres. Because this guy is right here, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Anyways, let's just pretend that's not there. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, we're back, we're back. Whew. I do like the idea of the, you know, the giant, what's his name, Gron to, no. Can't remember the first guy's name, but the first guy, Gorgrond. Gorgrond to Magron to Gron to Ogron to Ogre to Orc. I do like that line. I'm with that.
Well, spit it out.
Have you got enough? The ogres don't look like the type to take small portions.
Catch you on the flip side.
Oh, this entire camp is like a sampler course of awful smells. Don't handle these things any longer than we have to.
Keep it real.
Hey, babe, listen up. 2 ways you can get people to do what you want. You can provide goods, services, and things people want, or you can beat the living daylights out of them. I've found it's useful to do both at the same time. Really?
Don't be a stranger.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and carrot and stick at the same time. Eat the carrot. Whap, whap, whap. Eat it. Be sorry. No hurt. Oh, excuse me. Okay. What about the Magatha? I mean, I don't know. I guess those can exist. Do they have to exist? Like, Warcraft has never really done anything with the Magatha. We had Rexar in his campaign of Warcraft 3. Cool. And that's pretty much it, to be perfectly frank. We had one quest hub, very small quest hub in BC, where they did nothing with them as a people. Like, if they were just orcs, you probably couldn't even tell the difference. Or just ogres, for that matter. In other words, what I'm trying to say is if we're going to keep the Magatha, we have to do something with them. I don't know, having an in-between of ogres and orcs, I'd have to think about that. Let's come back to that. So, make them of normal intelligence, yes. Two-headed, a lot more rare, yes. I've always liked the idea that is actually canon, although it is a retcon, admittedly, that the two-headed ogres are either extraordinarily rare naturally or are crafted, like Gul'dan did. Which I suppose answers Blade Javal's question. It is something it's really, really similar to what's going on over in FF14 Dawn Trail. I'm dodging spoilers, but you get the idea. Like, the similarities are so stark, I would be shocked if they were not inspired by ogres in from WoW. It's pretty much one-to-one. Kill this guy really quick. Excuse me. Thank you for dying. There's a beetle. Its surface is lined with some smooth, brilliant blue and lined with gold. Excuse me. It looks mechanical. Huh. Now I'm the Blue Beetle. Ogre lore wasn't really developed until, frankly, Warlords. That's a bit after this. It's also the only expansion that's really done anything with the ogres, to my dismay.
What's the
True,
word on the
Tanaris.
street? Go get him, champ.
Good job. You taught half the ogres here to fear and respect anything vaguely orc-shaped. It's amazing what a little reward would do to keep people under your thumb, isn't it? Here's your payment, by the way. What's with the look?
Have a good one.
Kill the guy you just killed. My other assistants are making sure our proud new comrades are put into comfy cages and shipped to where they're needed most. For the Horde. Meanwhile, we got one last item on our agenda. Sandscraper, the chief, is probably too dumb to be even aware of what's going on here, but I loathe unfinished business. He's lurking in his den over there. Just knuckle down, take him out. We'll be good at signing off this, okay?
Don't be a stranger.
Okay. Oh, has he respawned yet? Nope. Oh, yeah, there he is. Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, did you just kill me? Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't realize that I had a quest to kill you next, okay? That's my fault. My bad. You know, I'll own up to that. I'm sorry. Ooh, me dead again.
Yeah? What do you want? Keep your ear to the
And
ground.
that's a wrap. Nothing less for us but sand here, babe. Good job. Well, maybe I shouldn't be so hasty. Did you find anything at Ogre Den? Actually, I did.
Be careful out there.
You found that in an Ogre Den. That's nothing to get excited about, I'm sure. I'm sure that's a perfectly benign trinket. I'm going to give you precisely detailed instructions on how to handle. Keep your voice down. Don't wave that thing around.
See you around, friend.
Listen carefully. I don't know how the ogres got a hold of it, but I know that's a titan artifact. I ain't no expert, but just the fact alone just that fact alone makes it probably older than the sand we're standing on. I also know that things like this got nothing but trouble. I don't want anything to do with it. Take it south. Give it to a blood elf named Andorim. And don't ask questions.
Go get him, champ.
Okay, jeez. I was actually about to ask, did FF11 ever dig into what was going on with the Mamuljaja? See, here's what I'm thinking. I can't decide which story arc idea I like better. And that's the catch, right? It's like, which one do we want to do? Is this Oldum? This is Oldum! I guess that makes sense. I'm certainly of a level to start Oldum. Huh. Oh, Oldum. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyways. Oldum. Alright, what I'm wondering is, do we want the ogres to fractionalize, right? Just completely turn into tons and tons of different factions. Absolutely all over the place. Really? Oh, for God's sake. You know, each different ogre tribe just becoming its own individual group trying to fight it out for its own little plot of land. Essentially being easy pickings for the bigger forces around it as a consequence. Or do we want them to do the exact opposite of that and actually start to try to unify a little bit? Of all the... You found this in an ogre den? Unthinkable. I'm amazed they didn't try to smash it to pieces. With any luck, we'll be able to obtain even more fascinating antiquities here, if you're willing to help. At the South Moon ruins, just east of here, we made some finds. My colleagues found stone shards engraved with ancient writings, newly exposed by the shifting sands. The writings are in no known tongue, but they bear a resemblance to markings we've seen in other ruins of Titans. Deciphering them could reveal more secrets. Unfortunately, my colleagues are also busy defending the tablet from the Alliance. What? Alliance dogs. We're not the only ones who have discovered the value of the South Moon ruins. The dwarves of the Explorers Leagues have swarmed there, taking artifacts and inscriptions for the Alliance. I don't think I have to explain much further. We will not allow the discoveries here to fall into the hands of the Alliance dogs. Filthy. Okay, so negative to story. Here's the deal, and I've actually already explained this, but this is what the first time this shows up. We'll see this again in the Badlands later. So there's this group called the Explorers League. We've actually already done several quests for them previously in Wrath, and I think in BC, but definitely in Wrath. The Explorers League, this is important, is a neutral entity. It is a group of, wait for it, explorers who just go out and catalog and learn and grow and adapt and you know, some of those findings get funneled back to the capital cities, but like they're a neutral polity, right? So they're not alliance. And yet for some reason they decided that the Explorers League is a dwarven organization and therefore is part of the alliance. And so they had to come up with a horde equivalent, which is the reliquary. And of course the two forces are at war with each other because of course they are. It does sound like more than one negative, but for the moment I'm going to jot down some question marks and we'll see where that goes.
Go, go! Careful out there.
Anyways. Oh, wrong ruin. That's going to Oldum again. Lore, stop trying to go to Oldum. Stop trying to go to Oldum. Like, what's really frustrating about it is, in addition to it being stupid on multiple levels, it actually makes these quests, like, it took the developers more work to split the faction up rather than just making them a neutral faction like they always had been. Yeah, Braun is not Alliance. He's never been Alliance. Just think about it. They had to make 2 separate versions of each of these quests in order to accommodate having a Reliquary quest and an Explorers League quest every place where they actually did this. Is it possible to have neutral quest givers? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought for just a second you were making fun of me, Blade Duvall. Yes, neutral quest givers are actually easier to make than Horde or Alliance quest givers. There's a lot of this game is built on faction flags, and there's like this, I forget what its name is, but there's a universal positive faction flag. In other words, all players interact with them positively, right? It also happens to be one of the default faction flags. The other one is always hostile, so that's enemies, right? So, the fact that I have already mentioned that the overwhelming majority of zones from now on will not be done twice because they're the same from the Horde and Alliance should probably also get across the point I'm trying to make here, because it's just, God, what are you people doing? Anyways, moving on. I'm done complaining about it. I apologize. World of Peacecraft. Oh. Oh. No, that's exactly why I mentioned that other reason it irritates me, Blade 12, because it literally is more work and more spaghetti to make a multi-faction version of these quests. Anyways. We could also have, I mean, obviously ogres are going to be playable in our Warcraft, duh. So we could also make it so that of all of the ogre tribes, there's 1 or 2? There's a few ogre tribes which decide, rather than trying to duke it out or claim their own little private fiefdoms, they decide to shack up, right? They're like, all right, look, we join. For the Horde, right? For the League. For years, this valley has been sealed behind impenetrable gates. Now that the Cataclysm has torn them down, the secrets within are ours to discover. Yet there's some obstacles in the way. From within the gates, the bygone creations of the Titans have awoken. They wander aimlessly across the sand, attacking any who approach. Someone needs to go kill them horribly. Especially since those are functionally innocent beings. Death to innocence. And death to the living! Sorry. Yeah, actually, Fife, that's a really good example of that. I'm willing to forgive it in the barge because we got that funny thing with the bar. The bar? The bar? Anyways, you get the point. But still, it was more work to do that than if they had just made the barge completely neutral. I really like enhancement. Thank you, Shaman. We'd be hard-pressed to face such enemies without your assistance. I wasn't going to say anything. The creatures wandering these ruins are earthen, ancient ancestors of the dwarves, made by the Titans to shape the world itself. The original earthen broke down and went awry thousands of years ago and didn't make a city called Dornegal. Nope, pay no attention. It's not there, it's not there. And these freshly uncovered ones seem no different. May as well make use of these confused and unstable constructs. Enter the ruins, destroy the earthen, collect the jewels embedded in them. What? Ready to enter the antechamber. This is a momentous occasion. From the writings you've brought us, I believe the ruins were in fact a grand entrance to Oldum itself. The quakes that ripped its doors open have probably collapsed the tunnels, but we may yet find amazing things hidden within. Yeah, I love this, by the way. So, let me explain briefly. Back in vanilla, this was here. You can tell because a lot of that is still vanilla textures, right? Now, it was in one piece, and there was this giant door. It's the remains of that door right there, right? So, giant-ass door. And there was nothing really past it. So, for the longest time, players were trying to figure out how to get past this to get into Oldum, because they were kept referencing Oldum, right? I hear white noise. Now, the funny thing is, to my knowledge, you can't actually use that to get to Oldum. But, when the Cataclysm hit, in addition to breaking open the door, this path opened up. And it's just a walkway. It's just a walkway. And here's Oldum. Now, I know in lore what happened was the... Whoa! Let's get away from that. I understand that in lore there was the barrier or whatever, but from a real-life perspective, there was no real reason to have the developers craft this walkway here. They could have just had this, which this right here is the breadcrumb. This is the vector quest to get into Oldum. They could have just had this over here at the pre-existing door that led it into Oldum. And instead they decided to craft this whole new pathway just for funsies. That's it. I just wanted to share that because that amuses the hell out of me. Am I just going to kill all these earthen? Yeah, okay. But yeah, this pathway is completely closed off. You can see over there. I think it's possible to go a little bit further into it, but you run into a wall pretty quick. Good morning, Evo. Yeah, that's the other thing. They also updated this door in Cata quite a bit, actually. Like, everything you're seeing right now is completely new to Cata. You can tell because the textures are actually worth a damn. on me. I'm just playing an awesome class that Eva will never play because she refuses to play anything other than mage. I love the floor textures. You notice that they reflect as you hand the light over them. There's also no music in here, which is kind of strange. But whatever, let's ignore that. Hey, you. I think I agree, Fife. I think the more factional approach works. I always tend to like it when a single species isn't one faction. I admit I don't have any real reason for that preference other than the fact that I watch Star Trek. So there might be a bit of counter writing in there, you know. This chest lies undisturbed, sealed for thousands of years. As you lay your hand on the chest, a faint rumbling can be heard. The echo of grinding movements echoes behind you as the chest shuts itself. What is, oh my god. Hello, hello. It's okay, it's okay. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Try that again. The chest now grinds open again. The rest of the antechamber falls silent. At the bottom of the chest, you find a large tablet, made of a material resembling stone, but completely smooth and flawless. It is covered in strange writing. While some resembles the writing on the walls, other scripts appear completely different. Yeah, no, exactly, Kira White knows. It makes a degree of sense for example, the Green Dragons to be one faction. But orcs should probably be a whole lot more factions than one, right? Hi, Talmarid. And same thing with ogres. We could have all different kinds of ogres. We just play with that. Imagine there's like one ogre faction that has decided to start teching up. Oh god. How many of you are familiar with Myth? It's an old Bungie RTS. They made 2 of them. No, 2, not 3. No, no. And in the backstory of Myth, there's this whole story about these giants. I can't actually remember what they're called. But the giants were, you know, super strong, super amazing, deathly powerful. But then they decided to advance technologically. And when they did, like, the tech served as a multiplier for the fact that they were already stone giants, right? They, some bad stuff happened. I'm going to skip over some history there. But the point is, that's always interested me, is the idea that they decided to tech up, whereas usually what you see when you see some kind of a giant doom guy is they tech down, right? For the reasons I already mentioned. So I like the idea that, like, one ogre tribe has decided to try and push themselves. And of course, that means getting resources in order to buy expertise and materials in order to research and blah, 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 blah. But that's like a whole story. That's like a whole thing right there. You do a whole campaign just on that. Okay, so I found you this tablet. This is absolutely incredible. The hieroglyphs are undoubtedly Titan, but the markings below it. Some of these are ancient Kaldori. You say it was covered in these. You've made a find more monumental than any riches. Please, take some riches. Thanks. Are we done? We are actually done with Tanaris. Woo! We've got a couple more things to do, and we're currently, like, depending on how you define it, 7 to 3 dungeons behind now. But first, we've got to settle a grudge. Also, I want everyone's thoughts. What do you think of the brickwork of Tanaris? I've seen better deserts, in this game even. But I still, to this day, use this as an example of how other games screw up making a desert. I love the music. That's an easy positive. It's no Oldum, but I still think it's positive leaning. Yeah, it's no Tatooine, Evo. Yeah, it's got this weird thing where, like, everything is just kind of shoved together, but then you got, like, really big empty spots like that right there. Where there's just nothing in that swath of land. There's even, like, these little tidbits of things. There's all sorts of little details. Like, you can see where this caravan failed. Right here, there's the caravan people. There's what's left of the wagon, and there's the thing that was carrying it. You can actually see the trail they were following, right here. And if you follow it, well, you see that one only made it so far. And the trail actually stops there. Weirdly enough, I'm thinking it might get more doodad positives than brickwork positives. And here's where the other one stopped, by the way. Neither of them made it. I love how that's just a water tower up there. Because, of course, you'd have a water tower in the desert. What else are you going to put up there? Oh, yeah, there's also bones absolutely everywhere. Big and small. Oh, and because I mentioned it, I will show it off briefly. So, there's the hole where it came out. And, here's where it stopped. That's a good question, Talmarid. Don't actually have an answer for you yet. I'm still reviewing the Star Treks, very slowly. Looks like they got rid of the one on this end, unfortunately. I figured they did, because that was a vanilla thing. Yeah, I don't see it. So let's do single brickwork. Doodads. Already mentioned music. I feel like that's it. Tanaris is solid. So... Okay, sorry, let's go ahead and do that last quest.
Talk to me!
Seems we got a special request. I have a note from one Meg's Dread Shredder, requesting to enter the cage and settle dispute. She's asking for you to be her partner. Plan any previous victories? Maybe you're acquainted outside the ring? I wouldn't back down now if I were you. This is the grand finale.
Hurry back!
I'm ready. You got in my way one too many times, Gnome. You have fully depleted my patience as well. There isn't room enough in this town for the boat. She's in BFA. So she doesn't get killed here. Is Meg's past this? I will attempt not to take undue pleasure in utterly destroying you. Yeah. Bloodlust! Nope, she actually lived. Okay, cool. You gave it a good shot, kid, but this is goblin turf now. I suggest you get used to it. Ciao, babe. Let me know if you want to do lunch sometime. We'll work something out now that you've learned some manners.
Can I help you?
I might challenge you to duel myself someday. No, you won't.
Farewell.
Okay. Real quick. How many people do I have who could do a dungeon right now? It's not really that huge of a priority. I'm just curious. Just taking stock here. So we could have Braglin. We could have Lunaruth. And me. I should count myself. Go to a dungeon. I'm going to go take 5. Looks like Megs only shows up briefly as a cameo in Legion, whereas the other one, she shows up frequently back in BFA. Actually, you know what, Evo? I bet you can. Do me a favor, Evo. Do you have WoW installed right now? Do me a favor, log in real quick. I just want to test something. Yeah, Zul'Farrak might be locked into time walking. That's true, because of the fact that it's up on the rotation right now. Okay, so do you have any character between the levels of 10 and 20? Whoops. Don't stand in the fire, Lore. Nothing here. Interesting. Oh, there it is. Sure, I'll accept that. Well, while we're here, let's look at Ungoro. The only downside with Ungoro, I think, is if you really think about it, it's just Fairloss again. You know? I mean, sure, it's got a lot more water and kind of the brackish swamp thing going on. But otherwise, it just gets across the same general vibe. It does have this little section over here, which is kind of neat. God, Ungoro was a zone I hated so much in vanilla. Like, I would dread coming here. In fact, most of the time I wouldn't, because you could usually skip it by doing West Plagues properly. No, it doesn't, Blue Fusion Vault. Interesting. Thank you for checking that, Kira White Noise. Yeah, I'm not feeling any visual positives, really, for Ungoro. Well, while we're here, let's review Silithus. No. Not this Silithus. Not that.
You need something? Safe travels.
This. 17 Paladin. Okay. So, go ahead and log onto that Paladin really quick, please, Evo. I want to test something. Yeah, there's no sword now. What are you talking about? So here's Silithus. There's no real quest here to speak of. So first thing we're going to do Look at the quests that are here, and we're like, oh my god, these quests suck.
You wish to
Oh god, these quests suck so hard.
Be at your back.
Hang on, there's probably more sucky quests up here. We're not doing any of these, by the way.
The winds guide you.
Yep, kill the geolords. Yep, and then get the encrypted texts. All of these look like regular quests. They're not.
For the Horde.
These are all just, oh god. So this was our prototype daily quest hub. Daily quests didn't actually exist when Silithus was made. This is patch 1 point whatever, I forget the number. 1.8 I want to say. So I've kind of described this before, but in brief, you'd kill regular mobs. It would give you items to summon another mob, which would give you items to summon another, which would give you items to summon another. It was a chain of grind, which would eventually get you some resistance gear. You see these things, these lesser windstones? Oh, you're dead. You're extremely dead. You little pissant. Die in a fire. Okay. So, you know, there's these ones, which are bigger stones, right? See, windstones. And then there's the really big stones, which would be these ones, I think. Yep, there's a greater windstone. And then there's an even bigger windstone. I forget what those are. And so you just run around and just grind and grind and grind and grind and grind and grind and grind until you had enough resources to summon the next boss and then eventually get some actual loot out of it. That's it. That's Silithus. So obviously I'm not reviewing the content of Silithus other than to give it a negative, because it sucks. So we'll just put that under padding. Silithus, move on from that immediately. What do you think of the visuals? We've actually been here before, but we didn't really fly around and look at it. Now, the biggest flaw, I think, with Silithus is it's extremely flat. And look at that. Tanaris wasn't this bad. I do like the elemental crystals being shoved up all over the place, and as we've seen in more modern stuff, they would take these ideas and run with them when it comes to the Twilight aesthetic. But here, I don't know, I'm not feeling it. The biggest thing that caught my eye back in the day is this thing, because all of us looked at this and were like, oh my god, it's a freaking hive from, you know, it's a Zerg hive. It's not. It's not a Zerg hive. Probably for the best, but that just makes it a hive of bugs. Yeah, Silithus is just, okay. What are you dying to? So, yeah, I guess that's it. That's our review of Silithus. Enjoy that. It's one gameplay negative and no positives whatsoever. Where are you that you're dying to NPCs? Did I even put Silithus on this list? I didn't. That's funny. I'm also not feeling it visually from Goro. Move on from that too. Yeah, no, I used to go there to find thorium. It was by far one of the best thorium spots I could farm. Okay, so let's grab Bregwin. Let's grab Cure White Noise. I don't know if Spartan's even there. If we could get Miru, did she pop up? She did not. That's okay. You, oh my god, you know. Okay. So here's the funny part, Lunaruth. And by Lunaruth, I mean Evo. We're gonna need you to tank. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna work at this here. Do you have a one-hander and or a shield? You being dead is temporary, okay? You're a troll at heart, because you're an elf. You've got a different relationship with death. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, can you tank Linarith? Okay. Never mind. You don't have to tank. Ugh. Yeah, pretty much, Bregwin. Hey, Death. What's going on? I'm curious if I can reach you before you successfully finish corpse dragging, Evo. It's a bit of a trip, so I might not. Well, maybe this does seem to be busy, so if you're free, Spartan, I'll take you. Oh, wait, now hang on. The nearest just switched. Never mind, never mind. We're good, we're good. Sorry, Spartan. At least for the moment. Her yet. Oh my gosh. Where are you? Oh, you're in the... You went into Valgard. Yeah, going into the middle of the Alliance camp would probably cause some issues. I can confirm that. Question, why didn't you just res at the Spirit Healer? Okay, that's a valid answer, I suppose. Hi. Do me a favor. You probably have a button somewhere on your screen that says go back to your Spirit Healer. I don't know where it is on the default UI. I can't help you with that. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Now, res at the Spirit Healer. Okay. Now, where is your hearth set? You can answer in game if it's easier to type. Also, this is on random, and I just happen to get this mount for going to the Northrend. Just wanted to comment on that. Org. Okay, hearth, please. Can I use that? No. No, of course not. Okay. While you're at Orgrimmar, find a repair vendor, please, and repair your stuff. Oh, yeah, also, you have a repair mount. Don't forget that. Evo. Either way, here we go. Let's get some summons going on. Kira White Noise, are you healing? Well, if Lunarith is going to be our tank, then yeah. I mean, I can heal. That's actually not a bad point. Problem is, I'm completely not set up for it. And I don't want to take like 10 minutes to stare at buttons. I'm sure nobody wants to have another delay like that. So... Well, at some point I have to do that. Are you here? Evo? 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 We lost Evo. She's gone. Oh, there she is. Alright. In we go. If you have the talent, it won't, Lunarith, but I don't know if you have the talent. Oop. So, hey, do you remember Mazoga, the troll who betrayed us? That's funny. So here he is. How you doing, man? Take a good look, man. This is how it goes. Betrayal after betrayal. I backstab you for the sword, and the Chief Urga's going backstab me even better for it. That's life, yeah? Or was. I know you don't got no love for Mazoga, but I know you're moving in here anyway. Kill him for me, man. Spill more blood on the sand. Give Chief Urga's sand scalp what every one of these sand fury deserves. A goy death. Maybe I'll leave some of my belongings without a curse before passing on, if you do, yeah? The Sand Fury are resilient. They have survived sandstorms and years of other things, long covered by the sands. It'd be foolish to assume that the only forces here are the trolls. We've been taming scarabs, breeding Dasulthilus, all raising our dead to keep on fighting for eternity as zombies. Ruzlu, the right hand, be planning to use them to retake Tanaris for the Sand Fury Empire. You best be killing the trolls in charge of this if you want to live, man.
Time is money, friend.
I heard there's a troll in here. Hydromancer Velratha, I think she was called. She's come into possession of a very rare, very beautiful, and powerful piece of jewelry called the Tiara of the Deep. She uses it to control the powerful demigod Gazrilla, who controls the very scale, whose very scales are said to crackle with energy. You know all that means? I need it. Kill her, take the tiara, summon him, and bring back the scales.
Be good.
Maybe they baked it in, Lunarith. I don't know, just try it on something. We'll see what happens. Lunarith is tanking. Don't worry about it, Evo. Good buddy of mine, Weekly Blastfuse, joins up with Sergeant Blah and his group to invade Zul'Farrak and claim the legendary Soul Thrays. Of course, they underestimated the Sand Fury, and now they're all trapped waiting execution. If you free him, he'll help you blast your way to Urkoz's private chamber, where he keeps at least part of the blade. Kill his captors, and Shadow Priest Aziz as revenge. I'll repay you.
Glad I could help!
Don't worry, none of us know how to play. Boop. Let's do it. Let's see how it is. I'm taking damage. That's good. That's good. Okay, it's baked in. Good to know. Thank you for checking. God, I love Shaman right now. Can't Shaman. Don't worry, we got plenty of other dungeons to do today. Really. I want to finish Maradon, which is effectively a 3-wing dungeon. I don't want to finish Darmal, which is definitely a 3-wing dungeon. Yeah, take your time. I will try to cover healing in the meantime. I got you, Lunarith. I got you. It's Bregwin. Bregwin's also healing. Bregwin, you don't need to heal. It's okay. Listen, screw lunch. I got work to do. I'll eat when I'm dead. Wait. See, that's a zombie joke, because... This doesn't feel too bad. I remember it, Spartan. I remembers. And yeah, it was a solid one. I liked it. Lunarith's taking real damage. Healers have to actually try. Mobs aren't falling over instantly. It's still a normal instead of a heroic, but I'm starting to feel more and more good about getting rid of one of those negatives. And by one, I mean 1 per dungeon. So, you know, close to like 30. I'm gonna laugh if like a few weeks from now we get the unofficial patch notes, the stuff they don't actually put in the patch notes, and it's like, yeah, we fixed the frickin' scaling. Sorry. Our bad. I mean, in all honesty, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who noticed how ridiculous the scaling was after the last patch. I might be the only person to put in a bug report for it, though, because nobody does those. What happens if we accidentally pull a second pack? Oh no, I've accidentally pulled a second pack! Oh no! Oh no, you don't. Ah, damn it. I was like a second too slow on that. We got this. We got this. Yeah, who actually uses QA testers? Give me a break. Okay, this is going to sound strange, but I'm really glad that we had a death on that. That's pretty much exactly how that should be. Yeah, the tank actually died on an accidental triple pull. And that, yeah, no, exactly. That's good. That's good. That's exactly what should happen. Like a planned triple pull, we probably would have been fine, because Lunarith would have been able to plan it out and be like, okay, hang on, I got this and this and this. Line it up this way and we're good. So I don't know for certain, Spartan, but I am also keeping my level 35 character level 35 locked, just in case. Who knows, maybe we need to do another heroic test after these changes. So, okay. That's a very interesting question, Blageville. Let's talk about what wall-to-wall actually means for a second. Whoa! Oh, shoot. Okay. Paying attention. Hitting the pay attention buttons. Hitting the pay attention buttons. Hang on, hang on. So, wall-to-wall. For those of you not familiar with it, which is probably none of you, but just in case, wall-to-wall refers to a concept over an FF14 dungeon. So in almost every FF14 dungeon, going back as far as I believe Stormblood, they follow the beat-em-up concept of encounter design. So you fight X amount of trash, but at the end, if you were somehow able to like stealth past the trash, you run into a wall, right? What the wall is varies based on the dungeon, but there's always some kind of... It's a red wall. Straight up it'll beat 'em up, right? You have to beat the trash to unlock the wall to progress through. Make sense? So, wall-to-wall in FF14 doesn't mean the same thing as it does in other MMOs, because the wall is usually just like 2 or 3 packs. In WoW, well, like, I'll use the dungeon we're in right now. There is no wall. The wall is like the last encounter, the final boss. So, could you do a wall-to-wall pull here? No. As we're showcasing, even a double pull is actually causing some issues. Freaking ranged mobs. Now, in some later dungeons, that's a little bit different. Because in later dungeons, they're a little bit more designed, for lack of a better way to put it, and a little bit less freeform. Yeah, I'm predicting it too, honestly. That fight can be rough. Yeah, if you pull trash with a boss, there's a pretty good chance you're going to wipe. Now, if you could somehow survive the trip, yeah, you could pull an entire dungeon into one gargantuan pack. I should know, I used to do that when farming in several dungeons. You just run around as your higher level, because that's how you survive something like that. And you just push your way through the whole damn thing. Whoops, damn it, wrong button, wrong button. Waste of a proc. Ah! So you're asking if there are any red walls. Are there any red walls in WoW? So, okay, let's start by saying, no, there's no, like, default, right? Like, that's not a standardized thing like it is in FF14. But I'm trying to think if there's any red walls, like, in specific dungeons across WoW. You know what? Let's just go ahead and pull up the list, shall we? Oh yeah, here's our current season. That's an interesting pick. Siege of Borealis is right now? Anyways, so War Within. Technically the Dawnbreaker has one because of the event nature of that. Rookery has something like that too. Actually, I think so does Cinderbrew. Huh. That's. I feel like there's more too. I'm not that familiar. Let's rewind to Dragonflight. So the Academy doesn't really have any. Brackenhide doesn't have it. Well, no, Brackenhide has one. That's a boss that prevents you from progressing. Tharis doesn't have any. Ruby Life Pools has the one. Azure Vault has several. Waycrest has more than one, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, each time you defeat a boss, doesn't that unlock more doors, or am I misremembering how that works? Dawn of the Infinite definitely has several. I don't know Shadowlands that well, honestly. Let's rewind. In fact, let's rewind to Legion. I know Legion a lot better. Blackrook Hold has several. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This is great. If this keeps up, I might have to get rid of both the abandonment negatives. I'm not going to. And I was actually thinking about that. Because, on the one hand, hey, the queues work and the dungeons are actually worthwhile. The other problem is, I want you to imagine for a moment that you are a brand new player. You've just started the game for the first time. Woo! You pop in. Yeah, I had to pop some cooldowns there. You pop in, and the first thing you see, I mean, yeah, Maverick, is, you know, cattle. Yeah, I want to do cattle. Let's do it. And you go do cattle, and you're like, oh man, I've got a quest to do Zul'Farrak. I've got to go queue for Zul'Farrak. And then you queue for Zul'Farrak. And then an hour and a half passes, and you go to bed for the night. Because I was thinking about this when we were discussing the abandonment negatives. And I sat down and I came up with very specific points that each of the negatives were. And what would be required to remove those. And one of the things that's required to remove the central abandonment negative is backporting follower dungeons, which, if you remember, FF14 did. And it benefits in basically the same way. But the reason I was thinking that is because FF14 has baked in mechanisms that encourage players to queue for Zul'Farrak. Because someone's probably queuing for... This would probably be... yeah, Zul'Farrak's kind of a main dungeon, so this would probably be a leveling dungeon, right? So someone's going to queue for the leveling queue and get Zul'Farrak, right? Boom. So higher chance of queue, but also, nowadays, they've got the freaking follower system, so you can just bypass that completely and just go do it. Yeah, by the way, this is the boss. And Kira White Noise is dead. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting AoE. No healing. No healing. Not allowed. like how relatively even our DPS is, actually. No one's really carrying right now. Which is also a good thing. In previous games, in previous versions of this exact scaling system, the level 17 there would be absolutely destroying everything. Like, completely carrying the rest of the group. When I say carrying, by the way, I want to stress that I mean like doing 98% of the damage of a group. To the point where the other players might as well not even be there. Like, the level 10 is just soloing the entire dungeon. It was really, really broken. It needed to be fixed. It's funny, but only briefly. Didn't quite make it. Didn't quite make it. I mean, that was going to happen. I didn't quite make it. Yeah, we used to fight this boss in the water because, you know, the slam attack. Which, of course, because this is a vanilla boss, has a de-aggro component. A little bit more to the left. No! Ow! No, live, Tanaris, live. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? No, I hit the water. Water's soft and wow. I know how this works. Lying to me, game. That's actually an upgrade. Look at that. Alright, man. It be time to be killing. Oh, that's a good point. Water isn't soft when you're moving too fast. Be time to be killing our own allies. In an event, it's one of the very first events, like in-gameplay cutscenes in the entire game, is the event you're about to see. I know several people make fun of kata events, and for good reason. But man, vanilla events were even worse. Vanilla cutscenes. You even call them that. Oop, 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 oop. You know, to my knowledge, no, Jukeboss. Like, I feel like something somewhere, like a short story or a comic or something, talked about the other PC group. So, one of the overwhelming story vibes of vanilla, which is one of the things I actually liked about vanilla, is that we were just adventurers. Most of the world was so low tier, and the stakes were so low that we were just, you know, swords for hire, right? We were just lobies. No one of importance or significance, not really. Obviously that ended by the end of vanilla, but the point remaining, like, that was a very strong recurring theme. So, in the event we're about to do, we're going to see some other low-level adventurers. Oh yeah, I'm going to give a piece of advice. Don't wipe on the upcoming fight, or we will be soft-locked. In fact, I'm going to pull these over here really quick, because we want a nice, clear, empty area for this. I'm also going to remember that I'm not the tank. Sorry, Laniruth. It's old habits, you know. So, to explain that a little bit, I only discovered this very recently. You cannot release if you're in combat with a boss, okay? This is a strange decision that, honestly, they should probably undo. Excuse me. But It's a rule. So as long as someone in your party is in combat with the boss, you cannot release. So if you're dead, you're just laying there on the ground waiting for the boss fight to finish, right? Here's the thing. Obviously, if everyone dies, then you're no longer in combat with the boss, so you can just release. But during this upcoming event, the boss, the party members that are NPCs are considered part of the boss fight, and therefore stay aggro to the boss, which keeps your party in aggro with the boss, meaning you can't release. So the whole party, if we wipe, we're just laying there dead and cannot release. However, the boss cannot do enough damage and heals to kill the party, and the party cannot do enough damage and heals in order to kill the boss, so they just sit there fighting each other forever. The only solution we ever found for this was to leave group, which will not save us here because we're not in a dungeon queue. In this case, the solution will be to Alt F4 the game and wait for everything to reset. So,
justice is done.
Wow. I am going to give a negative for that because that is a horrific bug. Like, it's a really bad bug. Okay, so we got this. Yeah, I think you get a res at 20. Yeah, no, like that guy hits like a truck. He always has. So let's play this nice and simple. Oh, yeah, so here's our event, right? Like, oh my god, there's just trolls everywhere. And these guys are like, oh no, here they come. What do we do? What do we do, boss? So what you're supposed to do back in the day is you're supposed to stay up here and wait for the bigs, that's the elites, to come up. And bit by bit, they would come up along with the smalls. That's the non-elites. And eventually, the NPCs would make their way down, and you'd push your way through that, and you'd fight the boss. Most players nowadays are used to just charging into that mess and killing it all, because most players nowadays see a giant pack of enemies and think, candy! But if we do that, we will probably die. So we're staying up here and doing this proper-like. That's right, that's what AoE is for. And there's our next one. See? It's sending up drudges periodically, but the only ones that actually count are the elites. You can tell by the little star by their name. Death to the Faraki. I hated those stupid sand pits in Throne of Thunder. Ugh. For real, he was the most irritating boss in Throne. And one of the hardest ones to deal with on Heroic. We should get a new Cretin soon. Yep, here it comes. And there's the bosses. So that's what'll actually end the event, is killing those two bosses up there. They're very, very basic bosses. One of them is a melee, and the other one has a heal. And like a couple of dots, I think. Remember, this is all effectively vanilla content. Nothing has really changed here since Kata. I'm going to pull the elite up. There we go. Perfect. Pulled him in a direction to make sure he wouldn't pull his boss friends. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Linarith. I'm going to focus on him first, for obvious reasons. As much as I can focus on a frickin' enhancement shaman. AoE, 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 AoE. Oh no! Yeah, no, they hit pretty hard. That's why I'm trying to get rid of this guy as quickly as I can. So pots on top of everything else. I don't have another nut for that. No! Pop a little extra protection for Tanaris. Come on, you little jackass. Come here. Come here. Okay, he's dead. This should be a sweep now. Yeah, there was a mechanic for this fight. You had to interrupt the caster. Stop me if you've heard that one before. It's this brand new mechanic called using your abilities on the enemy that you're currently fighting. Good job. Right. I'm gonna go talk to Weedle, and we're about to fight a second boss fight immediately. Much less terrifying, this one. We want to kill her first. So, in the back of the day, you had to talk to him, and he'd be like, oh, I hate you. But ever since they did some change, I'm not sure when they did it. Well, maybe you won't now. Maybe they undid the change. At some point, they changed it so that, like, Sergeant Bly would aggro you even if you didn't talk to him. But we do have a quest to kill him, so... That's it. I'm tired of helping you out. Oh, sorry. We couldn't have made it without you. Oh, and if I hadn't mentioned before something about repaying you for saving us, well, you can forget it. That's it. I'm tired of helping you out. It's time we settle things on the battlefield.
For the Alliance.
Yeah, so he was like, please help us, please. And then we help him, and then he says, I refuse to help you. So we decide to kill the rogue adventuring party. They probably should have paid us. They forgot the first rule of Fight Club. Pay the PC or die. Yes, that's the first rule of Fight Club. Why do you ask? That's actually a really good question, Blade of all. They don't do a lot of interrupt stuff in FF14, really. And they're all dead, as it should be. We also have to kill the Witch Doctor. No, I mean, we don't have to. There's a quest to kill the Witch Doctor. We don't have to. We can just skip it. We can skip. Okay, fine. Oh yeah, this is actually one of the first outdoor dungeons. Sorry, I forgot to show this off. The significance of an outdoor dungeon, you can mount. Whee. 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 This is, of course, slow mount speed, or rather 60 mount speed, but still.
Sands consume you.
What the? That's a little buggy. Whatever, I'm just gonna stand up here. Nope. Alright, this is an extremely difficult fight, okay? Ready for me? Ready for the incredible mechanics of this fight? You have to kill the ads. I love how he's actually speaking Zandalari, but he's voice acted so we can hear him. You can also just interrupt spam him, which is really funny. Considering literally everyone in the party right now has an interrupt. Well, Evo might not. I'm not sure about that. Oh, wait, I forgot the martyr. Look, Metzen just did all the voice acting back in the day, okay? I'm barely joking. It would be interesting to actually tally up how many voices are voiced in vanilla, and then count how many of them are Metzen. I imagine it's not a small number. Or not a small percent, I should say. Kinda, yeah, actually, Lineruth. It's pretty much the same thing as the Paper Mario 2 theater. Who's voicing a character? It's probably me. It's called Rebuke, Evo. It is a talent. I remember that. But it's relatively early on, so I don't know if you had it or not. It's not a huge deal, I was just curious. I think it's fascinating they decided to move so many interrupts into talents. It's like here-ish. Oh my god, the Nerf died. Whoa, okay, okay. Hitting buttons. He hits hard, too. Jesus. He is quite literally hitting me for half my health every strike. Granted, I'm not a tank, but still. There we go. Good news is we also have a party full of resers. Every single party member has a res. But yeah, it's like up here somewhere. Somewhere in these talents. Okay. Anybody want to bet? Do you think the sword will drop? Yes or no? Those of you who don't know what I'm talking about. Back in the day, there were 2 pieces of a epic sword. It was like an epic level 45 sword. And you would get one from the boss we're about to fight and one from the last boss of this dungeon. They were extraordinarily rare drops. And they weren't... The sword was actually all that good, to be completely frank. But so it was more of like a cosmetic-y, flexy kind of thing. Like, hey, I got soul thrays, right? Before you ask, yes, of course I have it. You're probably thinking, how much did you grind for it? None at all. I just did Zul'Farrak a lot because it was a very common dungeon to do back in the day. This is a level 40 dungeon in a game which had hell levels of the 40s. So, this is one of the best sources of experience to try and push through the hell levels. So a lot of people were doing Zul'Farrak.
Killads.
Okay, mysterious voice in my head. I will do what you tell me to. I obey the voices. Damn it. Boy's got some health. Actually, I guess I could talk about the mechanics here. So he drops, he summons ads. That's his basilisks. He has chain lightning, a heal, a healing totem, and an earth crab totem, which roots you. That's actually it. Again, this is a vanilla boss. There's not much to vanilla bosses. You'll notice I haven't given it a gameplay positives, even though arguably we're actually fighting real bosses. That's because this is a vanilla dungeon. I would have to really struggle to think of a vanilla boss that would be worthy of even a single positive. I'm sure there is one somewhere, I just can't think of it right now. I'm just happy we're actually experiencing this proper, like. Anyone get it? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Dang. Alright. No joy. I think you're right, actually, Neruth. And it's why I'm trying not to get in too good of a mood. Because it's possible they just polished this exact dungeon, because like you say, it's part of the time-walking rotation. The real test will be when we hit something like Dire Maul, or... Well, I guess Dire Maul's part of the rotation too, isn't it? Is Moradin part of the rotation? It doesn't actually say what the rotation is. Moradin isn't. Okay, so Moradin might be a better test to really check, right? To be certain about it. Also, what is that cat form, or that travel form? Because it looks really cool. Yeah, that. I like it. Okay. Oh no, I accidentally pulled. No. Whoa! I was accidentally pulled! Sorry, Queen Earth. I don't think I ever noticed that weird knotted root on the back of the bear form. I'm not sure what I think of that. Look, I'm sorry. You can just kick me from the groove. It's fine. Is it part of the tail? I guess it is kind of the tail thing. I don't know. Alright. Final boss time. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. It's just a bunch of snakes. And now I'm copy-wronged. Da-da-da-da. Save cooldowns here.
This desert be mine.
Oh my god. It's voice acting, technically. And bloodlust. One of my favorite jokes from back in BC, I believe it was. It was a news article. There was one for each class, right? And the shaman one was bad DPS, bad heals, bad gear, no problem. Bloodlust. How to make sure you get that guaranteed raid slot every single time.
The Sand Fury reigns supreme. Die, Outlander.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy crap.
Die, Outlander.
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. I was not ready for that. Oh, well, I've already lusted.
Of the sand.
Oh, Jesus, he is tearing through that thing.
Die, Outlander. Die, Outlander.
He just murdered us.
This desert be mine.
Yeah, he double frenzied. He enraged and frenzied.
Die, Outlander. Die, Outlander.
Okay, everyone stay down. Everyone stay down. Okay. Oh, I was gonna res everyone. Yeah, we wiped. We honest to God TPK'd. I'm shocked. The good news is we don't have to fight him with his boss. Ad? Buddy? I don't know what word I was going for there. Yeah, he just ran through the Earth Elemental. Yeah, no kidding. Cure white noise. Yeah, we don't have Trank Shot. Hunters don't exist yet. Not until we do Tears Fall. Let's see here. Yeah, that just debuffs magic stuff. He was just a straight up enrage. Yeah, he's the last boss. This is the last dude here. You caused our wipe, Evo. It was 100% you, and not the fact that the boss was hitting like a tank. Jesus. Just ran through us there. And that was a joke, Evo. Good guard. Lay on Hands would have probably only saved us a few seconds. literally just seconds. Do I have improved healing totem? Should just check. I do. Cool. Yeah, that... Wow. I'm also going to save my bloodlust, apparently. Well, I mean, I have to. It's on cooldown now. I also don't have my earth elemental anymore. Do any of these totems affect anyone else? Oh yeah, we're also still sated, you're right.
This desert be mine.
What the? Where did this guy come from? Oh god. Oh god, there's another one behind him. Oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus. Kill the adsmon. Kill the adsmon. Oh, that's right. Goblin dude usually has, is like, fighting his way out if you don't clear the way for him. Usually you don't see that. It's fine. We're all just gonna die. Okay, so he is frenzied, but he's not enraged. That's good. That's good.
Feel the fury of the sand.
I should probably stay here. Yeah, I think the problem was he enraged and frenzied. And those were major mechanics back in the day. Okay. GG. As they say. That's actually an upgrade, holy crap. I will take that. Yeah, I noticed the NPCs were coming to the end of the dungeon. Which is strange. Either way, I think I will go ahead and pause for lunch. If anyone is still down, or if we have enough to do it, I'd love to try out Moradin and or Diremaul, especially Moradin, after the lunch break. Don't worry, I'll try to take as short of a break as possible so I can get as much work done as possible and slowly grind my health out to the point where I fall over and die. But don't worry, I'll finish my work before I die. Moradin and Diremaul. Oh, I'm so stupid. I can also spell correctly. Jesus, Lord. Okay.
Here's money, friend.
So, I knew I could count on you. Here's something for your trouble.
Hurry back.
Do you have what I need?
Have a good one.
Excellent. This tiara will grant me complete control of the water. And the electrified scale will serve to power the machines I'll use to my advantage. You're gonna make me a very rich, very powerful goblin. Here, have this. It's nothing compared to what I'll have soon.
Be good.
He's never heard from again. You killed him. All of them, and you return alive. Take what you want off me body then. It's mostly curse-free, Mazoga promise. Oh, he's gone. Did he have the sword? Ah, no, don't tell me. Don't matter no more. Mazaga don't care. I'm off now, man. The consequences of me actions await me. Take what I was holding on to. I don't need it where I'm going. He's off to the other side.